Hello? Hello? We start in a second. Hello, hello? Hello, hello? 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 Hold on, there's lots on my screen. Here, let's do this. And this. Hi, hello, hello, hello! 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 Wait, am I... Here we go, this is better. Hi, hello, hello! Yes, the real streamer is here. Wait, am I in the center of this? Hold on. Am I in the center? Is it too dark? No, right? It's okay, hi! Hello, hello! I think, the problem is it's too dark. And, wait. Seems good. Am I centered? Okay. Okay. I'll need to move myself around when we start. It's just hard for me to see if I'm centered or not. Hello, hello. Oh! I forgot the squirt alert. Oh. 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 I think Boo wants to go. It could be because I'm not petting him. Hi, hello, hello! Abari, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support. It's a blackjack and hookahs from a bunny. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Zaria, thank you so much for the 2 months. No, not 2 months. A new prime. Thank you. Ah, frick. Frick, it's you. There's something wrong, right? Hacked. How do I fix that? Hacked. Why is it like this? It feels like there is less light. It needs more light. Maybe like this? Is this good? No. Hello, hello, hello! Hello, hello!
Vibe.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hello, hello, hello! Gosh, there's a lot of alerts. Lots of alert. Hold on. Let me put Boo. Yeah. You go, Boo. One second. Is it better? Hello? Did I fix it? I did, right? I did. Hold on. Maybe I can... Second? It's just because... I need a light, so there's like no shadows. Hello, hello, did you guys have a good day? Hold on, sorry, green screens are kind of like a nightmare. Hold on. I need to... Okay, I think this is it. God, I hate green screens. They're just a nightmare. Hello, hello, hello! Hello. God. It's okay. There's a little bit of shadow, but it's very, very little. If anything, I can just make my chroma key more transparent. And it should go away. Hello. I am very, very nervous. You know when you never did something before and then you try to do something new for the first time? Isn't that a little bit spooky? Gosh, a little bit spooky. Yeah, no nervous, just cuzzy? Okay, fine. No nervous, just cuzzy. So, this show, we recorded when I was traveling to Denver. Scary as fuck, yep, it's very scary. Also, this is our first attempt at doing something like this. And I'm sure if things go well and we decide to do things again, we'll definitely try to always do better and learn from things. But it's hard to get everything right on your first try. Does it make sense? Yeah? Hold on. Sala, thank you so much for your support to Blackjack and Hookers from a bunny. You want him to get a big strawberry? Oh gosh. I don't know if he should get a big strawberry. I feel like things are a little bit dark. Is this better? I think this is better. Hello. New things are scary? Yeah, it's scary, but it's also exciting, right? Give me 1 second. Thank you so much, Sala. Thank you. Hello. Whew. Okay, so in the game show, there's going to be 45 different games. And I think there was somebody who was like trying their darnest to guess them, and they guessed a bunch of them wrong. Gosh. Gosh. 45, it's a lot of games. It's a lot of games. So basically, how it will, just so you guys have an idea how things will more or less go, we'll start, we'll show the trailer of like 3 games, and then we're gonna discuss about those 3 games for a few minutes, and then more 3 games, and then more 3 games, and then more 3 games. So it's gonna be 3 by 3. I think there is a few exceptions where it's 4 games, and then we talk a little bit. And I can also add a little bit to you guys. What tea is that? This is chamomile tea. I really need to calm down. Calm down a little. Yep. I am very sorry to disappoint you guys, but your Half-Life 3 announcement is not coming. I know that some of you are implying that there is going to be a Half-Life 3 announcement. Because I say that's 3 games by 3 trailers at a time. I was not making an eerie code to make you think that Half-Life 3 is gonna be announced. I am so sorry. It's just not... Oh gosh. And you guys also need to be realistic. I don't think Valve would announce Half-Life 3 on the show of some people doing a show for the first time. Well, actually, I don't think Valve... If Valve actually does drop Half-Life 3, I hope that... they just, like, make it available on Steam. No. Realism in this economy, I know. It's rough. It's rough. It's rough. Wait, what are Path of Exile fans not supposed to know? By 3 they come. Oh! The Diablo code. Diablo code by a Path of Exile player. Gosh. Oh, thank you, Tricky. You're so nice. You're so nice. Yeah, I really believe that the best way that they could announce Half-Life 3 is by just not announcing it and just dropping it and then just watch the wildfire. Imagine the first person who realized that Half-Life 3 is on Steam. And then just starts posting everywhere. And telling people. That would be like... those news would spread like wildfire. That would be so fun. Oblivion remake style? Here's the thing about the Oblivion remake style, bad joke, Billy. They had they actually had a leak before. Salah, thank you. They actually had a leak a few days before, so it wasn't a complete shadow drop. And I have the feeling that some leaks could be on purpose. You know, I don't know. It's just a little bit sus. Hello. It's just a little bit sus. So I don't think that Oblivion was completely shadow dropped. I believe that Half-Life 3 is a game that could be completely shadow dropped. All I'm saying is, for a game that's not in the showcase, she sure talks about that game a lot. Okay, listen. You guys just keep bringing that game up, okay? You guys keep bringing that game up. God damn it. Just god damn it. How dare. Oh my gosh, you guys. There's a pre-show. Can I tell you guys like a spoiler? In the pre-show, they asked us to answer a few questions. I'm not going to say what questions, but it was actually quite funny. Because as we were answering those questions, the people in the other room, they were like, no, they didn't say, holy shit. They were like going crazy. They were going crazy. Are you guys joling me? Were you guys joling me? Oh, fuck you. Gosh. Thank you, Bean. Thank you. You're excited? I'm excited too, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, I don't know, I'm overthinking this. You know? Emerald, do you only think about horny things? What the hell is wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you? Bean, I am so sorry. Bean, you need a new boyfriend. I am so sorry. God darn it. Sorry, somebody on YouTube chat say that their boyfriend cheated on them, but at least they have something to smell because of games and stuff. And I'm just, even though I tell you guys should never listen to people online for relationship advice, I do believe that Bean deserves a new somebody that appreciates them more. You know? It's just how it goes. It's just how it goes. Ah, dang. So, anything you guys are looking forward to in the show? But I can't spoil anything for you guys. Girlash, hello. Half-Life 3. Oh, Jesus Christ. God darn. FIFA 27. Okay, I'm not supposed to spoil anything for you guys, but if you're hoping for Half-Life 3 or FIFA 24, that's not happening. Some Polish games. There is going to be some Polish games. That's realistic. Is there Polish games? Yeah, there's at least one Polish game. Yeah. Dentist Simulator? No Dentist Simulator, I'm sorry. Nah. Skyrim 76. Of course, I don't know if you skipped Elder Scrolls 6. I don't know if you tried to do a 6-7 meme, but then you typoed and typed 7-6. What the hell was going on there? Gosh. That's a mess. What time does it start? It should start in like half an hour. It should start in half an hour. No GTA 9. No. Skyrim 3. You know what's funny? You know how a lot of people call Elder Scrolls Skyrim and then a number? I actually accidentally called all of Elder Scrolls Morrowind. Unironically. It just like came out of my mouth. So I get them. I just called it Morrowinds. And I think it's better. It's better. Yep. So, Oblivion would be Morrowind 2. Skyrim would be Morrowind 3. And whatever is next would be Morrowind 4. There will be at least one French game. Oof. I think so. I think so. The thing is, even though I'm part of the show and I've seen everything that's gonna be there, it's 45 games. I recorded the show like a little bit ago, a few weeks ago. So I am pretty sure that even though I'm going to be talking about some of these games in the show, I am going to be surprised. because my memory is just that bad. My memory is just that bad. No, I didn't play Tamriel Reboot. Being in a show sounds exciting. Yeah, at Storm, I got invited by some of my friends to be part of this, and I joined them a few months ago, and we have been working on this for a while. It's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit nervous, you know, because it's the first time doing something that you have been working for a while, and it's finally coming, and people are finally seeing it. It's, you know, it's spooky. It's spooky. It's spooky. We got this. We got this. Yeah, it's a showcase. It's a showcase. Adri, are you nervous? Don't be nervous. Adri, you have no idea. Your message has helped me so much. Suddenly, just because you told me to not be nervous, I'm not nervous at all. It's just good. Gosh, how are you so good at this? Are you a therapist or something? Thank you. Thank you. I knew I could count on you. I am also not sure, because I'm also not sure how it's going to be, like, in between the segments. Because we would talk, like, about the games for about, like, a while, and then they would cut it down to enough. So I'm not sure what was cut, what stayed. I'm honestly not sure what's going on. Mike, yeah, that's a good advice. Pre-show nerves or no? I know. I feel like, you know what's funny? I feel like if it was like, maybe a live stream, I would be less nervous. It could be because I'm just more used to that. Does it make sense? Yep. But can I tell you guys something that I'm really happy? It was really, really enjoyable. And I really enjoy to talk with the devs. Like, giving like the interview to the devs. And I'm not even sure if the parts that I'm excited for, they are actually in the interviews. But how do I say this? It's really nice to see how many people who really love what they're doing games. Does that make sense? It's just that it gives hope. Because when people truly care about something, even when they don't get things right in the first go, or maybe the second go, or maybe the third go, they're always striving to improve. And they just want to learn and do things better. And I'm really excited for that. I'm really excited that I got to talk with some people that were like this in the industry, and that gives me hope for the future, you know? Because I think that, for example, 2025 was a really good year for gaming. We got a lot of like good games, and it gives me hope that in the future we'll get even better games. There was a time where you actually had time to play every game ever, because there were so few, but now there are so many. Yeah. Yeah. It's not often that you see people who care for what they do. It's true. It's true. It's true. What's the show about? Oh, Marianne, I would say that the general theme of the show is video games. I feel like that's accurate. What would you guys say? No way! Yeah, I would say that the show main theme would be like video games. Yeah, that's pretty safe. That's crazy, I know. You know what would be funny? If we actually got a Half-Life 3 announcement, but they actually also hid that from me. Because to my knowledge, there is no Half-Life 3, but it could be that they're hiding it from me. Even though I'm like behind the show and I know everything. But you know, it could be, I guess. You thought this was going to be a hide and seek world championship? Would you guys watch your hide and seek world championship? How do you even... How do you even do that? No, you wouldn't. It's your passion, hide and seek? No, Sarge, that was a joke. There is no Half-Life 3. It's just that people in my community, I don't know why, since there were those Half-Life 3 leaks last year, they have been inhaling that copium. The Half-Life 3 is coming, so they are thinking that Half-Life 3 is coming every day for the last month or two. Hopium. Do you do this on purpose? Do you like being disappointed? I just... Yeah, fuck your dreams. Have I heard about the new rumored Witcher 3 expansion? Macintosh, I have. In fact, I recently replayed The Witcher 3. Like, during the New Year's Eve. And I think people told me about this Witcher 3 expansion in the exact same way you asked me about it every single day that I streamed that game. I don't... Can I be honest with you guys? I don't know if the Witcher 3 expansion is real. There is a lot of people that talk about it like it's a fact. But I would say that things are only real once the company talks about it. And CDPR hasn't peeped a thing about it. So, since I'm also a big fan of The Witcher 3, my hoping is that the Witcher 3 expansion thing is real. But I don't really believe it until... What? There was another Asian new leak yesterday. That's the thing though. People keep talking about this leak for months. Okay? And they always say the exact same line. They always say something like, There was this leak, and it's 100% real, and it's meant to be an introduction to Witcher 4. They have been saying this for months. So, what does this new leak even do? Because the information is like the same. That's 0. You know? It does make sense. It does make sense that would be something. But does it though? Because if The Witcher 4 is supposed to be... I don't know if it makes sense, you guys. Because DLCs are usually meant for you to play as you're playing the game, right? Like, Hearts of Stone is kind of like a middle of game DLC. I don't know if that's a good idea, guys. I don't know if that's a good idea. Even, actually. Because a lot of people don't even play DLCs. I would say most people who play a game fully, they will not go back for the DLCs. I assume the number of people who played the base game Witcher 3 is a lot greater than the people who played Hearts of Stone and Blood Wine, probably put together. Malmar, it's not about what streamers will and streamers will not do, but there is a lot of fucking gamers that are completely outside of any game media. There's a lot of gamers that play games and they don't watch streams, they don't watch anything on YouTube, they don't see stuff. They just don't. It might be a standalone DLC or a demo. I don't know. I don't know. The majority of gamers are like that. Exactly, Zodiac. Exactly. You know how I know that? Growing up, my dad was a big gamer, and he was like that. He would just buy games. You know, he would go to the store, buy games, and then he would go home and he would play them. And that's it. And then he would get me to play his games with him. You know? It was a different time. You're right. You're right, Richard. You're right. It was definitely a different time. Yeah. It was a very different time. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. My mom never really liked playing games a lot. No. It was mostly me and my dad. My mom, I played some games. I played like Diablo 1 TCP IP with my aunt. And my dad. My mom always cheered for us, you know? She was kind of like our cheerleader. No, moms are fun. Huh? In fact, Salah, I know a lot of friends of mine who their moms were the gamers. And their moms were the ones completing levels for them that they couldn't complete as kids. I feel like it just depends on people, you know? It depends on what people like. It's just about that. My mom did like to play solitaire. Core memories? Gosh. Old Frogger approves. How many of you guys actually played Frogger? When does this start? It should start... I think the pre-show should start in 15 minutes. I played Frogger. How about this? It's easier. Say 1 in chat if you played Frogger before and 2 if you didn't. Yellow Mellow, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mwah. 1 if you did, 2 if you didn't. A lot of ones. I would have expected more 2s. You know what that makes me conclude? That you guys are old as fuck. Sorry!
New game plus showcase, let's go.
Richard, thank you so much for the 9 months. Thank you. Mwah. May the buddies be with you. True. It's okay. It's okay. I think, imagine when we're on our elderly homes. You know? Some elderly people, they get bored. And then they just, you know, have sex all day. And they collect STDs like one would collect Pokemon. I think our generation of gamers is gonna just probably be playing Dungeons and Dragons, because we'll finally have a group that's gonna be there every day. Or we're gonna go back to like our co-op party games. Or there's always also going to be the elderly people who are just going to play their single player games in the corner. Oh gosh. But I feel like Dungeons and Dragons seems like a good time, because I find that the hardest thing about playing Dungeons and Dragons is finding people who can be there at that day, at that time, for so many days and times, like in the future. I feel like it's much easier to find somebody and find a group of people to rob a bank with you than a steady Dungeons and Dragons group. That's why you gave up? Dear heart, that's fair. I feel like that's why I liked Baldur's Gate so much, because you could play Dungeons and Dragons and, you know. Actually, I was reading like this random stuff online, and some people say that, you know how people always have stories about things? And they were wondering how many stories people had about like subjects that are kind of like taboo, like funny sex stories, you know? And there was one person who shared that apparently they had an orgy group where tabletop games were banned. Because people would start playing tabletop games and then they would forget to have the orgy. And I believe that. What do you guys think about that? They would just get distracted. Yeah. Tabletop. Yeah, that's the thing. It would just be like a bunch of naked... I feel like a tabletop orgy would be like a bunch of nerds playing tabletop but naked. That's it. They would even forget that they're naked. Oh, man. Somebody on YouTube said, that sounds like a German gaming party. Excuse me? What kind of parties are Germans having over there? Damn. Group strip? Okay. Okay. Ah! 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 Group strip! Group strip! Group strip! There we go. I don't know. Ah! They're only here for the tabletop. Gosh darn. Gosh darn. Gosh darn. 10 more minutes, I think. Hold on. God darn. Gosh darn. Gosh heck darn. Gosh heck darn. Gosh heck darn. You're ready to finish your food? It's okay. It's gonna start soon. It's gonna start. Ah! It's bright. It's bright. Wait, it says 23 minutes? But it's gonna start a bit earlier because of the pre-show, right? Or is the pre-show going to start at 4? Oh my god! I could actually ask that. But you know what? I won't. I mean liar. Start the game. HP Crusher. A game like... To play a game for... Okay, can you guys tell me one single game that you can play for 20 minutes? Come on. Should the people saying Baldur's Gate 3? Do you have brain damage? You cannot play Baldur's Gate 3 for 20 minutes! God damn it! No, that's not how it works. No. Gosh. You can watch Gale's mods for 20 minutes? I feel like you can have one dialogue with Gale in 20 minutes. Speed running doesn't count because most of you wouldn't speed run Baldur's Gate. I feel like the percentage of people who would speed run Baldur's Gate are not the average Baldur's Gate people. I think the average Baldur's Gate people are going to play Baldur's Gate for hundreds of hours. That's the average. What is the game that takes the longest to play? I think games like Civilization. Factorius, Stellaris. Yeah, a lot of Paradox games, I feel like it's almost like a speed run of time. You just don't see the time pass. RimWorld. RimWorld, yep. Yep. Manor Lords as well. Yes, I see some people bringing up some RPGs. But I don't think RPGs are on the same level as some games like How do you call those? Those strategy games? Kind of like Paradox games, Stellaris. I feel like those games, they're like the worst. It's not close. Grand strategy. Yes, grand strategy games. I think those are the most time-consuming ones. What's 4x? 4 times what? 4 times 6 is 20. Not the worst, but like the worst thing for you to do in 20 minutes. Yeah, but those games don't really have that. That's the point. 4x? I never heard the term 4x. Why? Can anyone explain to me the term 4x? I've heard the grand strategy, but 4x? Oh, because you put the speed. Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, no, don't need to explain. Really? Explore, expand, exploit. No. I thought that it was 4x because of the speed that you put the game on. And you were like, shit, I'm going too fast. And then you suddenly pause. And then you do your menus for like 20 minutes. At least that's how I do it. Yeah, I thought it meant four times the speed. Yeah. Yeah. It's not The Sims. You guys don't understand it. It's... I played a lot of The Sims when I was younger. And is it weird that I don't really get The Sims? Like, I like the building part and I like the decorating part. But I don't actually like controlling my Sims. Like, the most like memories that I had of what I did with my Sims was like killing them in the pool, forcing them to cook when they were really tired so I would see the house burning. You know? I don't actually remember ever playing The Sims in a way that didn't involve murdering my Sims. Yeah. I feel like the reason is, at some point my Sims, I would try to play them as a family, but at some point they would annoy me, you know? And then I would just want to murder them. Yeah. Make a baby with the Grim Reaper. Can you do that? You know, that explains a lot. I did like the building part of the game. Yeah. But I kind of went away from The Sims when the expansions and the object packs became too many. Nobody has money for all that. It was too much. It was too much. Yeah, it was too much. Ooh. Guys, I'm tense. There's a few more minutes. The Last Champion, it's a game show. It's going to be 45 games. And I'm kind of like behind it. So I'm gonna be in the show as well. So I feel like it's one of the reasons why I'm also nervous. There's something I want to tell you guys, but I can't tell you guys. Because I can't talk about the games that you guys haven't seen yet. So I guess I need to wait. How long? Oh, whoa! Whoa! Don't joke me! You guys, you're joling up me. Do you guys understand that when you put Joe in the chat, it's a sign for me to stop reading the chat? And it's not a way for you to make me shut up and not tell you guys spoilers. Whatever. I guess memes are always adapting. Joe, shush. You fucking shush me? You can't shush me in my own stream. What the fuck? God. Fine, keep your secrets. I will goddamn keep my secrets. You know why? You know why I'm so good at keeping secrets? Because my memory is so bad. I'm sure, even though I went over all the 45 games before, I'm sure there's going to be a few trailers that are gonna be like, wait. 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 Holy shit! It started! Here we go. Can you guys see it? Oh, I know these people. I know these people. Hold on. Oh, that's me! Look! Wait. Gosh! Me! Did you guys recognize me? Dang. Oh, it's Luke! I know that guy too. What the hell, you guys? Is this better? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I turned off the Witcher music 2 places at the same time. Oh. That's some games. Does this count as a spoilers? Does this count as spoilers? Give me 1 second. I need to... There we go. I'll go more to the corner. Yeah. Let me move you guys.
Yo.
Yo! Cortidor! Thank you! Oh, we go. Hold on. Oh, shit! I know that game. Yeah. I know that game. Do you guys know the game? Guys, I'm gonna pause alerts during this. Oh, at least mute them. I hope you guys understand. Hold on. Oh, I know that game. Oh, wait. Is the audio good or is it too loud? It should be good, right? Ooh. It's a lot of, yeah, it was a lot, it is a lot of games. It's kind of like, audio's good? Okay, good. I'm nervous! I'm nervous. Hold me. Hold on. Let me... Give me 1 second.
Assassin's Creed Odyssey is a fantastic fantasy RPG.
Old school RuneScape is the greatest game of all time.
Lies of P is a better video game than Bloodborne.
The RPG category is so broad to the point that it's meaningless.
Mouse and keyboard is
True,
easier to be
she's
good
right.
at than controller.
The Horizon franchise
True.
is very mid.
A battle royale would not have
It's
saved Halo
true!
Infinite.
A battle royale would have saved Halo Infinite.
Multiplayer games are held to lower standards because everything you do with your friends is fun by default.
If most of our
True.
favorite games
She's
launched
right.
today, people would call them bad.
Hideo Kojima writes dialogue like an alien trying to convince everyone else he's a person, and it's bad.
Early access is good for video games.
Arkham Origins has the best written story in the Arkham series.
Nintendo is held to different standards than other companies.
Marathon
True.
is a more fun game than Arc Raiders.
What?
PC.
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 Console.
PlayStation or Xbox?
PlayStation.
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 Your mom.
Mouse and keyboard.
True.
Controller.
Mouse and keyboard.
Mouse and keyboard.
Depends for what.
Controller.
Single player or multiplayer?
Single player.
Multiplayer.
Single player.
Single player.
Single player.
Competitive or casual?
Competitive.
Casual.
Casual.
Next.
Call of Duty or Battlefield?
Battlefield.
You bastard. Battlefield.
Call of Duty.
Ugh.
Counter-Strike or Valorant?
Sorry.
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike.
Apex, Fortnite?
Apex.
Fortnite.
I can't gritty with Master Chief and Apex, so we'll go Fortnite.
Whatever.
Overwatch or Marvel Rivals?
Marvel Rivals.
You say neither or neither? I'm from Iowa.
Either.
Neither?
No, you can say, if you pronounce it either way.
He said
Neither.
Marvel Rivals.
Ooh. That's a good one. Mmm. Like, release Overwatch?
Arc Raiders or Escape from Tarkov?
Arc Raiders.
Arc Raiders.
Arc Raiders.
Escape from Dukov.
Grand Theft Auto?
That's a good one.
Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption, Arthur.
Mmm. Red Dead.
Elden Ring or Sekiro?
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring.
I haven't played Sekiro, but I'm gonna go Elden Ring.
Both.
Dark Souls or Bloodborne?
Bloodborne.
Guys, what should I answer? Dark Souls.
Dark Souls. No, I'm sorry, Bloodborne. Change my mind.
Would you choose which children you love more? Oh.
Arcade shooters or tactical shooters?
Tactical shooters.
Tactical shooters.
Arcade shooters.
What?
Battle Royale or Team Deathmatch?
Battle Royale.
Sorry, guys.
Battle Royale.
Battle Royale.
Baldur's Gate 3 or Expedition 33?
Can you guys guess what I
Baldur's
said?
Gate 3.
BG3.
Expedition 33.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Witcher 3 or Cyberpunk?
The Witcher 3.
The Witcher.
The greatest game of all time, The Witcher 3.
Both. Witcher.
Skyrim or Fallout?
Fallout.
Oh my. Fallout.
Fallout.
Ooh. Morrowind. And Fallout New Vegas.
Mass Effect or Dragon Age?
Mass Effect.
Dragon Age.
Mass Effect.
Mass Effect.
Outworld or Pokemon?
Pal World.
Pow World.
I don't want to get a cease and desist, so I'll say Pokemon.
Power. Depends. Vaporeon?
No.
Don't put that. Don't put that.
Super Mario or Sonic?
Super Mario.
Super
Power
Mario Bros.
World.
Super Mario.
Sonic.
Destiny or Warframe?
Warframe.
Destiny 2.
Warframe.
Diablo or Path of Exile?
Path of Exile.
Diablo.
No, you can't do that to me. What the hell? Ah, man.
Diablo is my childhood game.
Childhood. Path of Exile is a lot better now. Ah.
Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time.
True.
Breath of the Wild.
Ooh. I have a long story about Ocarina of Time.
I do.
Pass.
Ocarina of Time.
Roguelikes or Metroidvanias.
Roguelikes.
Roguelites.
Metroidvanias.
I love both. Roguelite? Metroidvanias? Castlevania.
Achievement hunting or multiple play.
I was thinking
Multiple playthroughs.
Multiple playthroughs?
Achievement hunting.
People who only play games for achievements are so low on my totem pole. What was this?
What the hell?
Achievement hunting or multiple playthroughs.
God.
Multiple playthroughs.
All right, you're good.
Guys, can I hide under my table?
Assassin's Creed Odyssey is a fantastic
Hot
fantasy RPG.
Old school RuneScape is the greatest game of all time.
Lies of P is a better video game than Bloodborne.
The RPG category is so broad to the point that it's meaningless.
Mouse and
That's true.
keyboard is easier to be
Wait,
good at
it's
than
repeating.
controller.
The Horizon
It's
franchise
repeating.
is very mid.
A battle
Oh,
royale
panic.
would not have saved Halo Infinite.
A
Panic.
battle royale would have saved Halo Infinite.
Okay.
Multiplayer games are how.
Since it's repeating, do you guys want to discuss?
If our favorite games launched today, people would call them bad.
Hideo Kojima writes dialogue like an alien trying to...
Do you guys
convince
agree
everyone
with
else
the
he's a
answers I
person,
gave?
and it's bad.
Early access is good for video games.
Arkham Origins
Early
has
access
the
can
best
be
written
good. It's
story
not a hot
in
take.
the Arkham series.
Nintendo is held to different standards than other companies.
Marathon is a more
Hold on.
fun game than Arc Raiders.
Your console.
This or that. Yeah. Okay, I'm just muting. Let's discuss Vaporeon. I think the right answer there was Power World, and I did. Here's the thing. I did pick Power World. Okay. I will not talk about Vapor. Wait, what did I say? Valve is also held to different standards. But I find that Valve, it's almost like Valve is different. Valve is different. The thriving trees. Listen, I think, did you guys notice a lot of companies are? I think, Pegasus, everyone was being genuine to their tastes. It's just that we're a group of people who like different stuff. Because, you know, as you can see, there's a lot of games that are just not of my taste. And I feel like that's normal for a lot of people, right? Like, do any of you guys have friends that play games that you're like, yeah, what the fuck? You know, like, who the fuck plays that? Like, I can't believe that a sane person would say that RuneScape is the best game ever. Sorry, Jake, but like... he's just wrong. But it's okay, you know? Some people are just wrong. Some people are just wrong. 3 minutes! You guys, if I feel too shy, can I hide under the table? Please. Oh gosh. Old school RuneScape was very fun. I believe you. Okay. 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 Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ah. Taste is just like us. Some people just don't wash theirs.
Or Team Deathmatch.
Battle Royale.
Battle Royale.
Battle Royale.
Baldur's Gate 3 or Expedition 33.
You guys! I love that.
Baldur's Gate 3.
I can't believe they heard me.
BG3.
Expedition
We
33.
were all in the other room.
Baldur's Gate
While this was
Witcher
being
3
recorded,
or
we were in the other room
Witcher 3.
judging the other person
Witcher.
recording it.
The greatest game of all time.
I
Witcher
did not mean
Yes.
to be that loud, by the way.
Witcher.
Skyrim or Fallout.
Gosh.
Fallout.
Oh my. Fallout.
3. Fallout.
And after I went, some people say that I was
Morrowind.
cheating.
and Fallout New Vegas.
Mass Effect or Dragon Age?
Mass Effect.
Dragon Age.
Yep.
Mass Effect.
Oh, Mass Effect.
Outworld or Pokemon?
Pal World.
Pal World.
I don't want to get a cease and desist, so I'll say Pokemon.
Power.
The quest, remember? Yeah.
Depends.
Power.
Vaporeon? No, don't put that. Don't put that.
Super Mario or Sonic?
Super Mario.
Super Mario Bros.
Super Mario.
Sonic.
Sonic.
Destiny or Warframe?
You guys know why I say Sonic. Don't you know?
Warframe.
Destiny 2.
Warframe.
Diablo or Path of Exile?
Path of Exile.
Diablo.
No, you can't do that to me. What the hell? Ah, man. Diablo is my childhood. Path of Exile is a lot better now. Ah.
Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time?
Breath of the Wild.
Oh, pie. No, that's not the reason why.
Ocarina of Time.
But you're not. I
Pass.
don't hate Nintendo.
Ocarina of Time.
Roguelikes or Metroidvanias?
Roguelikes.
It's because hedgehogs wank a lot.
Metroidvanias.
I love both.
That's why I picked Sonic.
Roguelike? Metroidvanias? Castlevania.
Achievement hunting or multiple playthroughs?
Multiple playthroughs.
When I said Castlevania, I was thinking
Multiple
of
playthroughs.
sexy vampires. It was the only thing in my
Achievement
head.
hunting.
People who only play games for achievements are so low on my totem pole. What was this? Sorry.
Achievement hunting or multiple playthroughs?
My
Multiple
voice is
playthroughs.
different? How is my voice different? They use different microphones. I was using a lav mic. It's starting. You guys ready? Grab your popcorn. Sorry, popcorn. Whew. Gosh. Oh yeah, I think I was a little bit sick during that time. It's okay. Sexy. Look at this. Crimson Desert. Sorry. Game. Game. Can you guys believe it? Game. Oh, that's the game. Game. Oh. Game. 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 Game! I'm not telling you guys what's in it. Wow! Game. 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 Train. I hope you guys like the show. Guys, I'm so nervous.
Welcome to the New Game Plus Game Showcase, a new initiative built by creators who love games for what they are and not just the games that pay to have them promoted. First up, I'm Hunter. I'm normally behind the camera across gaming and esports events, and I work on social accounts for a ton of different games. My favorite games of all time would probably be RuneScape, Dark Souls 3, Leaf Green, Black Ops 2, and Star Wars Battlefront 2. Then we have Jake Lucky, kind of the point where gaming, esports, and streamers collide. If you look at him for too long, you'll start to wonder why his neck is so long, and if you look at his Twitter for too long, you'll wonder how much Nadeshot paid him to tweet clips of him every single day. His favorite games of all time are RuneScape, Age of Empires 2, Halo Infinite, Jumpstart Adventures with Bodley, and CSGO. Next up, Luality, a streamer with a hatred of spoons and a love for dragon sex. Lua probably has more personality than the rest of us in her pinky. Her favorite games include Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, XCOM 2, Witcher 3, and Mass Effect. Then, Luke Stevens, the mind of a critic with the heart of a fan. Luke breaks down games to their DNA and really looks at everything a game has to offer. Where our brains might be smooth, his is nice and wrinkled. His favorite games of all time are Elden Ring, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Last of Us, Witcher 3, and Batman
Lay
Arkham
the
City.
dragon!
The fifth and final in-person member this year is I Am Rob. Rob came from the hell of making Call of Duty videos to the other hell of platinuming games. His favorite games of all time are Witcher 3, Halo 3, Batman Arkham City, X-Men Legends, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Not to be confused with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2
My
or
pinky.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
I'm so nervous, you
Then
guys.
our final member is Blue Thunder, the man who is always spotlighting the next hidden gem before anyone else sees it coming. He just had a beautiful second child that luckily takes after his wife, so he's not here in person but was a major part of the showcase. His favorite games of all time are Resident Evil 2, Silent Hill 2, Elden Ring, The Last of Us, and Metal Gear Solid 2.
Together, we're pressing into how we think game showcases should feel: conversational, authentic, and transparent.
We are here to celebrate what actually excites us: incredible worlds, creative devs, and stories behind those games that we love so much.
There's no paid placements, no marketing scripts, just pure passion and excitement for what's coming up in gaming.
You can expect a wide range of content, including new trailers, fresh gameplay, developer interviews, behind-the-scenes content, and even some updates to your favorite games.
So sit back, grab your drink of choice, and let's dive into
Grab
some of
it,
the games that
popcorn.
we think are worth your attention. This is the New Game Plus Game Showcase.
Yeah, also, who picked the name?
New Game.
It's a work in progress.
Wait, what's the name of
New
it?
Game Plus shows the showcase.
New plus
of-
a game plus a showcase.
Have we trademarked that yet? Because I don't.
Oh, God.
Well, we have cups.
We
That's
already
most of
got
it.
the cups.
Sick name.
The cups are done,
We
dude.
might have to cut our losses.
There's no changing it now.
That's how our discussions goes for everything.
It's great.
For everything. I was just in a fight with one of them because there was a game I would say I would never put that in the show. They're like, I want it. I was like, I
first
want
up, we
it.
have three awesome games. We have Blind Descent coming from Owlcat. We have Deep Dish Dungeon coming from Behold and Raw Fury, as well as an exclusive interview with the Don Walker creative director.
Here we go. Hello? Guys, can I hide for a second? No. Oh. Game. It's a fly. Big fly. It's pretty. Oh shit! I actually can't wait to play this game. Sorry, you guys haven't seen the trailer yet. I have been craving a game like this, you know, like a dungeon. I bless you. Nice. Those are some cute games, right?
Must be here somewhere.
A Dawnwalker is like a special kind of being in our IP. It's neither fully a vampire nor a human. It's something in between. What this means is basically that you, as a Dawnwalker, you have underwent a transformation. You used to be human. And now, during the nighttime, you do get all the powers and the difficulties of being a vampire. So you get the blood craving and so on. But during daytime, these powers are dormant and you still have to eat. You have all the weaknesses of a human, right? But also the perks of being human. One of the things that is unique to humans in our IP is being able to use magic, so casting spells. The Dawnwalkers are not very commonplace in that IP. They are very, very rare, rarer than vampires. So you as a Dawnwalker are kind of special in this regard. I would say the short-term things that have immediate impact on the character development are you have to feed on, you know, either animals or humans on blood suddenly, right? So you get these cravings, you get these like weird, eerie experiences that you didn't have as a human.
It is looking really good.
His clique of vampires actually caught him on his low point when he was vulnerable. He has used specific traits of vampiric blood in order to cement his position in the valley. Because, you know, as you might imagine, having a bloodsucker as your lord might be a tough sell. However, if the alternative is getting sick and, you know, dying in thousands, actually it doesn't sound as such a horrible thing. He tries to kind of distort the religious beliefs in order to install himself as a savior of the valley. We do explore this in the game, so you might see, like, for example, statues erected to Brensis, new iconography shown in the local cathedral, for example, and in the castle and so on. There is this whole cult of personality he builds around himself. So he basically shows himself as something better than the old order, right? We do have a mechanic tied to shrines that are erected across the valley, and Brensis puts a lot of attention to kind of twist them to his own image. And these do have a functionality. When you play the game, we have assigned specific functions to them. Generally speaking, one of the things we wanted to achieve in this game is to have Brensis being this active antagonist. You know, in a lot of games, the antagonists are out there to be defeated, but generally speaking, you have free reign, you do your own thing, and it doesn't really, change much in how they approach you. In this game, what we wanted to do is to have Brensis react to your actions as you complete different activities throughout the valley, as you maybe undermine his operations and so on.
It's kind of like his seal of approval.
Exactly. So it's like, so basically the way you can think about it is like the more you do in the valley, especially if you undermine Brensis, you will gain notoriety. The more notorious you are, the more edicts Brensis will pass in order to thwart you. So, for example, you might send out more soldiers to patrol roads and villages, right?
I can explain.
You might, in some extreme cases, maybe even initiate a lockdown of the city to basically hamper your ways of traversing it, right? There is a number of these edicts we have prepared, and each of them is designed to kind of twist and change the general open world gameplay. It also has benefits. There are factions in the valley that dislike Brensis, so the more notoriety you gain, the better standing with them you get, like they actually like that. There is a number of plot lines that you can follow if you want. You can also cut them off because we have added these systems where, for example, you might lose control over Cohen when he's a vampire if he was hungry. You might kill off some important NPCs and then the plotline just cuts off basically, or you get some alternative version. There are some ways to enter the castle in the open world. You can ignore these side plotlines. You can level up Cohen and decide to attack the castle on your own, right?
Out of curiosity, is there romance in the game?
Romance, yes, of course. We have romance options, yes. We didn't delve deep into like with whom yet.
Okay.
And I'll leave that for the future to talk about. However, yes, you can expect to build relationships with characters. Like I said, there is like one main goal, very varying ways to get to it. These different ways that you pick will impact, what happens with Veil Sangora in the end. And it's all up to you. And I think I really recommend experimenting with this stuff and having fun with it.
First one, Blind Descent, Martian, Survival, Co-op, Adventure.
Multiple choices, by the way.
Gives me Subnautica vibes. And in the best way possible. I really like it, but like more with land exploration, which is really cool. I honestly can't wait to try it.
We're also going to see a lot of survival games today. So I think it all comes down to what the ultimate depth of the game is. But I also, my first thought when I saw Martian land was No Man's Sky. That's obviously like maybe a reach
That game is this year.
wise, and definitely
We don't know the date
a tall
yet.
task. But when I heard Martian, I thought No Man's Sky-esque.
Like you said, a lot of survival games, but I think it's popular right now, and I'm hopeful that a lot of them do it right. But this is like going underneath Mars and has aliens. It looks interesting. I like it.
I love
I'm intrigued
survival.
about the variety of
Oh no!
ecosystems and aliens and plants that they bring up.
Well, like you said, it's popular right now because people like them. And so they share a lot of things mechanically, but for me, it's usually the vibe. And this one has a vibe.
Yeah, it's a good vibe.
That's why I wonder how that gameplay loop goes. Like, how far down can you go? What kind of biomes are you experiencing as you continue to go down? And like you said, with survivals, we see like a lot of the same loops. So how can they?
Are there trees you can cut?
Yeah, like again, we're gonna talk about it a lot, but
Cutting
if you can cut a
trees?
tree down, I'm good for survival games. I'm like
At that point.
I'm the
Fuck
target.
nature!
I'm the target audience.
Fuck nature.
Then we have deep dish dungeon, co-op dungeon crawling, a survival game, handcrafted dungeon. You gather resources, cook to strengthen your party. You can party up with friends. I'm excited for it.
Speaking of vibes, this thing is a vibe. Like, I don't know what you'd
Oh,
call
this
that
is
art
the dungeon
style,
game.
but whatever it is, like injected into my
kind of
veins.
retro, right?
It's like pixel art, but then they also have like some voxel type tech for digging and breaking things. I don't know, whatever it is, I like
What's
it.
voxel type tech?
Okay, so when Luke said voxel, that's big word count number 1 of the day. When I see that, I'm very basic. I'm like, that's got to be some form of pixel art, which is definitely coming back. I feel like we're seeing more games kind of pull back that old view.
I
that
was
old, like,
considering
Minecraft
wearing the exact
pixel
same
art, whatever
clothes
you
as I
wanna
wore
call it,
in that.
voxel view.
I will be honest with you guys. While you guys are talking about pixels, I'm thinking I hope I can kill my teammates in funny ways. So sure, we'll go with the pixels.
Yeah, we were watching the trailer together, and the first thing she was saying was like, hey, how do I kill those I'm with?
I mean, I have to imagine it's a dungeon crawling game about cooking in the dungeon. Surely you're gonna be able to accidentally poison yourselves.
Do you think you can get like bad ingredients on purpose to murder your?
I bet you're
my
gonna have to, I bet you're gonna have to
Why
find
are
out.
you going there?
So I wonder though, with it being like in dungeons, like if they're gonna have an in-game proximity chat kind of thing.
I hope
It's one of my favorite things in games like this when you're like walking through and you can hear your friend off in the distance. I wonder if they'll do something like that.
The Lethal Company
Yeah.
effects where they're like,
It looks like
a
you can
game
hear
that's
them
meant to
screaming.
be
Like
enjoyed
screaming
with
right-
friends, though, for sure.
Yeah, like at least
Me and Jay gonna be in their edition in that dungeon.
like at least a co-op. He's across the world. I'm like, Rob, you there?
I'm dishing, baby. I'm dishing.
I'm dishing.
Megan
Can you bring the carrot?
What are you making?
Lasagna.
Yeah, no, but it looks very promising though.
Next up, we have Dawn Walker. Lua had a crazy conversation with her creative director. Single player, vampire, RPG. It looks incredible. I think the 30-day system is awesome and, like you said, gives weight to things. And then the whole, like, there's so many decisions you can make.
What I find really interesting about the game is that Cohen, the protagonist, is half vampire, half man. And even though, like, all of that sounds great by itself, there's even another layer where at night, of course, he can use vampiric abilities that he doesn't get to use during the daytime. His combat's different. He's not using a sword, he's using claws. And then in the daytime, of course, there's NPCs walking around and there's, you know, maybe patrols going around that aren't there at night, but then there's different ones at night. So
And you can use magic as human. You can use magic as a vampire.
Yes, and basically what they're trying to do is to not just have the time be an element of certain actions to take it forward, but also whether you're playing in day or night, quest lines play out completely differently because people are in different spots, their behaviors are different. This person may be asleep, so you can't talk to them,
Have
but
different
somebody else is
abilities.
there. Exactly.
Well, The Witcher 3 is my personal favorite game of all time. So, and this is former Witcher 3
Since he is half
developers
a
working on
vampire
this,
and
and so
half
much of
man,
that
do you think
charm
his
was
dick is
prevalent
cold
there.
The music.
during the
music,
night?
just that
and
soundtrack and the
warm
short little
during
snippet
the
we saw
day?
there, I felt it.
I love that simple separation between day
Like
and
the
night and different
protagonist?
things coming with your character.
That's got to be like the coolest part of it.
Yeah, because it's got to
'Cause
probably tailor to your gameplay. Of
we
like,
came
I
to
gotta
the
wait
conclusion
make this
that
choice
vampires
during the
had
nighttime
code
versus
dicks,
during
right?
the daytime where I can use certain abilities or different combat styles. I love that part of it.
And so I could foresee a run through
Because
like a
they're dead.
play style where
So
You're
how
playing
does that
only
work?
at night for missions.
I
You're just
should
doing
have asked
stealthy
the
vampire
director.
stuff, and
Damn
you're
it!
eating people, or you're drinking blood
need to
rather than not
message
eating
him.
people. I don't know, maybe it's that way. But
Whatever
you know,
you want.
the dark run through versus like the light run through in the daytime, the vegan run through. The vegan run through. Which has one of those vegan.
Vegan sped run, Don Walker.
Yeah, vegan achievement.
Sponsored by Beyond Meat. The fact that they revealed a little bit about more Brince's
glad they
Overlord
cut
is
me.
also a system. He really talked a lot
I am
about
so
systems
glad
that
they
they
cut
have
me.
not spoke on yet at all, and didn't with us either.
Like the edicts. As you go around the world trying to find your information, you can side with different people, and depending on what you do, you can make the Brences quite upset. So he can start making laws and rules to stop you from progressing in a certain way.
I also like that Brince as an antagonist is not just like pure evil doing
What did they
all
cut? You
sorts of
don't-
horrible
it's-
stuff. Like
it's
he is
okay.
helping the people in some ways in order to, you know, get control of them, but he's like curing them of the plague. Like he offers them something they aren't getting elsewhere. So he's doing bad stuff, but there's nuance.
And that typically makes for really, really good
Really?
stories.
Harder choices
Alright,
to be
that's
made.
cool. I didn't know that.
Never a clear cut, good or bad.
Yeah, because I bet you there's gonna be a moment where it's
It's
like
one
you
of
could
the
stop it,
charms.
like his influence in an area. That means they're gonna die of the plague. So it's like, do you let the bad guy do the thing that you were trying to stop him to do?
Guys, I'm
or-
so
And it's
shy.
also about perspective. These people were ruled by a very tyrannical leader before, so even though Brence is a vampire, to them, he may
Maybe
as
it's
well
worth it.
be a savior, right?
Next. I am so glad they didn't put the
For the
tampons in
next
Korean
section,
blood
we have
vegan
three,
vampires that I
again,
said.
I'm gonna have to not say incredible games every single time, but we have Prologue, Go Way Back from Player Unknown, Beautiful Light from Deep Worlds, and Project Shadowglass from Starhelm Studios.
It's the kind of thing that you're really happy that they cut it.
It's just an infinite map generator with
Yeah,
some
exactly.
game loops on
I
top
was
of it.
worried.
So you have a survival loop, which is pretty hard. Get to the weather tower, we give you a map and a compass and not much else. Some
I'm your
basic
favorite,
survival
Luality.
mechanics, and it's a game against yourself more than anything else and kind of the decisions you make. Then we also have just objective survive, which is just see how long you can last in the world, and free roam for those that just like a hike. The differentiator, or the thing that makes a difference, is that we can generate essentially infinite maps of 8x8 scale. Like we have a map editor in the game and stuff like that, but we want to be able to give you the ability to give a deep link to someone. So I can just send you like a HTTP link that starts up the game, loads a map and a seed, and I can share stuff I've built with you with just a link, right? So it's kind of...
Wait, did they say
Go Way
link?
Back is just, it's a technological experiment that, or proving some technology we've developed. It's no longer an experiment, it's in production, so it works.
I can
But
explain this game,
it's
but I think the
also going
showcase
back
will
to my
explain.
love of survival games and those kind of...
If you guys want me to go
emergent,
deeper
just-
in any game,
I'm not giving
I can
anyone
do it
missions to
later.
do, it's just get there, and how you get there is fully up to you. Basically, if you play the same seed, you get the same weather, I'm pretty sure you get the same cabin layout, and you maybe get the same loot. So you and 4 friends could technically race to the weather tower and see who gets there first, because you have the same conditions. And while we don't have multiplayer yet, you have this kind of asynchronous multiplayer that as long as you can share the seed with people. And I thought, wouldn't that be a cool thing for events where you have 16 streamers and see how long they can survive in objective survive mode, right? Or see who can race to the weather tower quickest, or we can set up the weather just to get progressively colder and see who lasts the longest. There's a weather tower on top of one of the higher points on the map. It's generally the other side of the map. We do have prompts now that tell you what to do in the world. But yeah, there's some simple survival mechanics. Keep yourself warm, keep yourself dry, light fires, board up windows, keep your body in a good temperature, get across the map. And we don't tell you where you are on the map, except when you find a new map in the world and it updates your position, you're left for
amazing.
basic navigation. It's kind of set in the 80s, so you don't have digital GPS, stuff like that. I want to make sure that the
Guys,
worlds we're generating
I made
have
a
enough
joke
depth that when we
in the
add
Blood of the
story and
Downwalker
mission
that they
and
cut,
quest-based
that
content,
vegan vampires,
that the
they would
worlds feel,
use
like coherent and real enough that it makes
they
sense.
would
Like,
use
I want
like
to have pathing.
use
I want to have,
period
like,
blood
infrastructure, like telephone lines,
like in
this kind
tampons
of
and
stuff.
pads to
So the
have their
cabins
blood
aren't
feel
just
like that.
random cabins in the forest. That there seems
Rather
to
than,
be
you know,
some,
sucking
like,
people
you know,
or
logical
animals.
placement of stuff
Because
in the world.
those are
And once we
natural
have those
sources
in,
of
then we
blood.
can more easily go, well,
But I
okay,
don't know why
you
they
need
just
to
cut it off
connect
the show.
all the substations,
Which I'm honestly
to, bring power to the weather tower. So
kind
you
of like glad and
get a message
disappointed.
or go and do various things. Right now,
Yeah.
there's a bunch of cabins.
They literally
and there's
just
survival
cut me right
mechanics, but
there.
We want to add a lot more depth to the environment. Preface is a tech demo. That I always said I wanted to release a free tech demo of the engine we're building, and that's what Preface is. And the kind of poetic thing is that my last game will be
Yes,
Preface,
ethically sourced
because it'll
blood.
just be
That's
a
what
visualization
I
of
was
what's
talking
possible
about.
with our engine at that time. And it's more like Minecraft Survival, that it's an example of what you can do with the engine, and it'll be open source and free for everyone, so you can do whatever you want. So having this kind of digital space, like an internet in 3D, I don't see anyone working towards that. I see small bubbles, but I don't see anyone really trying to do Earth-scale terrain with millions of people. And that's kind of the bigger goal, and that's what
This
we broke
game
it
is
down into
actually
three games.
really
The aim
cool.
is that you should be able to do anything
We're
from
going
10
to
by
talk
10
more about
to
this,
100
and
by
if there's
100
any questions, I
with
can
5v5
answer
or
later.
100v100 relatively easily and not have any problems. We will build maybe an Earth-scale terrain, maybe smaller, with hopefully a network layer that supports millions of people. That will be kind of a survival civilization MMO type game. But again, that's just one layer of the world. Like, I want you to be able to just jump around the world and see what's happening, because you should be able to, like, I think if you want to interact with the world, there should be a layer
You do not want to know
of
what's in my
survival
brain.
you have to do, or
It's
a layer
hell
of
in here.
gameplay in order to kind of leave your impression on the world.
So you guys can also watch the full interviews later.
Quebec Charlie to Quebec Romeo Foxtrot. We got your location report. We are monitoring your operation zone. Good luck. Over.
Was that tits on a zombie? Did I see that right? The Pip Boy. Sorry. Smash? Or pass? Are you playing as the monster there? Oh yeah, you are. Yeah, you can actually play as the monsters in this game, if I remember correctly. Yeah, you can play as the monsters. I'm pretty sure you can. We're gonna talk about it.
In a world where pixels were once only 2D, now they're 3D.
Oh, I'm just with you. I'm Dominic John, the dev behind Project Shadowglass, a 3D pixelated RPG that's a love letter to classic immersive sim.
It looks really good.
Beef and System Shock. This video is a series of prototype rooms that I've been working on some of the core systems in. No art, no assets will be generated by AI. This is all
Yeah, this looks really
human-made,
good.
hand-placed, made by me and artists like me because we love what we do.
Yeah, this is very cozy. The game is still very early on. But I can't wait to see what it shapes up to be. The music is actually excellent. He's gonna talk a little bit more about how they made the music.
If you have headphones, I would highly suggest wearing them. All the audio in Project Shadow
Sorry, I knew.
is going to be 3D, and not just 3D, but simulated. The music emanating from this orb is going into the left ear and the right ear, but as I change the size of the space, you can hear the character of the sounds change. if we go around the wall, we can still hear it coming from the opening in each ear.
Nice. Yeah, I could see VR being great for this game. I don't know if they're gonna make this though.
I actually launched the Shadowblast Discord today, so if you have any ideas or suggestions or just want to follow along, feel free to wishlist Project Shadowblast on Steam. I hope you enjoyed this sneak peek on how things are coming along. Thank you so much, all the crew at New Game Plus, for having me.
Guys, I'm a bit
be
shy,
on
but
my
I
team.
appreciate you being here. You guys are sweet. They're still like,
To start with,
oh,
prologue, go way back.
Maybe I
Another
shouldn't
survival game we were
spoil.
seeing, and we were talking. It's a bare bones survival game where there is no common enemy. Your enemy is the elements, where you just have to try and survive and make it to that point. So if you guys don't know Brennan Green, he not only was behind the Battle Royale mode of H1Z1, which we talked a long time about, he was also the creator of PUBG. So people have a lot of faith in him and what he calls his 10-year plan. And he talks about his ultimate goal being he wants 1 million players on a server. He wants the internet to be made 3D and for all of us to actually truly be able to play together, which I know is a crazy transition from us talking about a survival game.
Single-player survival game?
Like we want to cover their survival game because I love survival games, and they're going to be branching out in this game for the next few years until they have multiplayer, until they have weapons, and they have PvE and animals to fight against. But it's also part of a much
Also,
bigger
story. He mentioned they will be adding also a story to the
Things to
world.
do, yeah.
Yes.
That's got to be like the most ambitious, one of the most ambitious projects out there right now.
Yeah,
I mean, it's crazy to
What's
think
so funny
about.
about him is that he's like, yeah, I want like millions of players to be playing together on like a gigantic map, but you know, not to undersell it.
Shoot for the stars, brother. Shoot for the stars.
No one's done that yet. Next game we talked about was Beautiful Light by Deep Worlds SA. That's a PvPvE.
That's the one you can play as a monster,
extraction
I
shooter.
think.
There are 6 3-person squads, and there's also a lot of anomalies and monsters and stuff that we saw in it. Looks like I'm gonna be scared.
Yeah, it looks very scary.
I mean, I appreciated that it was very immersive. Like he had the sort of Pip-Boy looking thing over there.
Yeah.
And speaking of big words, I actually looked up what that's called. It's called diegetic UI.
Oh, did you say diegetic?
Diegetic.
Thinking the same.
Diegetic.
Did you guys know that's diegetic, right?
But it's really, really cool in games like this, especially because it's like hyper immersive. Yeah. There's no UI popping up being like, oh, attack incoming. It's just, no, you are in the moment, you're in the game, listen around you, look at the thing on the character itself. I love that.
So you can play as
Yeah, the UI can get diabetic.
or as
really?
or as the soldier. Is there controller support?
I don't know. Great question.
Luality, she just threw up in her mouth.
I have nothing against controllers, but I believe there's a right time for mouse and keyboard and a right time for keyboards. And he believes that the right time for a controller is when you're playing shooter games. It's obviously better than mouse and keyboard is better for that. But not for him.
I would edit my own YouTube videos with a controller.
Yeah, he said that earlier.
That's how passionate.
Which is a patently insane thing to say.
Yeah, then we have Project Shadow Glass.
Voxel art.
I think he did this his wife with a
This
controller.
is Starhelm Studios. It's an immersive sim.
I think I say
We've
that
all
there,
seen
but they
it. I
cut.
think it went viral from that AI post. There was like an AI post that looked just like
I'm pretty
it. and
sure
then he
I
was
say
like,
that
I'm
to
making
his
a game like
face.
this. It's not AI.
I looked up the video because he has a YouTube channel where you can actually see kind of behind the scenes. And when that clip of the AI generated art went viral, he saw it and thought like, I didn't think anybody wanted this. I was just like, it was a fun side project. And then he saw people wanted it and thought it looked awesome, and he put it out, but it's real.
Well, we talked about it earlier. You know, there's a desire for stuff like that.
Yeah.
More simplicity, kind of retro feel.
It feels like the game is still like learning what it wants to be. Like he's working on the graphics, the basics, the music, and as like they have a bow and an arrow, and hopefully as they work on the project, they start feeling what it will grow to be, what kind of game it will develop itself.
I hope it's an RPG.
Yeah, my understanding is right now it is just Project Shadowglass, and it's gonna eventually become like a video game, but right now it's just kind of proof of concept that the art works, the crazy math behind it works, and like it can grow to a game, but it's certainly very, very
Well, I wish him nothing but success.
Yeah, he seems like
because it seems like I
awesome
just
dude.
love a good passion project. You can tell there's a lot of heart in that.
And I feel like I initially, like everyone else, why I went so viral, I got attached to that same artwork, but then when he further explains and shows you some concepts that you weren't expecting out of a game with that artwork or that design, when he's showing that you said the R6 lean in there. And
Oh yeah, that threw me off. The little bow
Yeah, it's like,
behind.
whoa.
I was like, is that a Rainbow Six
You threw that, that in there, and then of course they got the
I hope
wall
it becomes an
grapple,
RPG
and
because
then
I hope
with the
everything
audio
becomes an
design as
RPG.
well.
I hope your moms
I'm
become
I remember seeing
RPGs.
that clip that went viral. I remember seeing it. I was like, wow, that looks incredible. Like walking up to the castle.
There are other cool games, but the RPGs are just the coolest.
This section we have 3 what I would consider kind of sci-fi games a little bit, but we have Athelion from Don't Nod, which we have an incredible look behind the scenes of the music with the composer themselves, as well as The Expanse Osiris Reborn from Owlcat. If you're familiar with The Expanse, super exciting, and also Distant Shores, Brittany.
My name is Amin Bouafa. I'm a film music composer, and I am the composer for Athelion, the video game. I remember having a message from Talal saying that he loved the score of Summit of the Gods, and they are working in a new video game, and inviting me to come to the studio and to meet the team. It was very important for me to understand how the music would be interactive. So how to compose, how to write music that would be interactive, with models, with stems, with separating the different elements, and at the same time, how could the music, how the structure of the music would be an evolving structure. It was very important for me first to have the story of Ariane and Thomas, like that the log line is the story, both of them, so there is a theme that conveys this emotional relationship between them. And then the frozen aspect of the music. I mean, for me,
this game is gonna make you cry. That's basically what he's saying.
To feel the cold in the music, to feel
the music is gonna tear your heart down, and you're gonna start sobbing,
ice.
and yeah.
It's an instrument that had been invented by the Bachet brothers in the mid-20th century. For me, it looks like an alien instrument. When you see it, cannot even predict that it's a musical instrument. To play the instrument, you need to get your hands in water, and then rub crystal buttons that are in this metal structure. Could convey this frozen identity of the score, and at the same time having
cool.
This magical sense of in the score.
It does look like that. Oh no!
There is a sacred feeling also to this planet. It's a huge planet, but I wanted to get this huge instrument and that it could also play very soft. The organ has a lot of sounds. It could be very soft, it could be very aggressive, it could be large, it could be intimate.
Buzz music,
the planet could be very welcoming and suddenly very...
That does not look welcoming at all.
Dangerous and very sacred at the same time. So I thought that the organ could give this majestuous feeling to the score.
I actually wonder how it feels to play in that.
I'm so happy.
You know, shit is real and somebody brings an organ. Yep.
It's the first time for me to write a video game score, and it's a lot of fun and a lot of passion.
Very pretty. Very, very pretty.
We had some discussions at the early stages of the production, to be honest, whether to go fully class system or something else. And
I did this interview. I can tell you guys later about it.
What are possible ways that the player might perceive the game, the power fantasies, how he can express himself in combat. So he might want to be a sniper, he might want to be a hacker, maybe an engineer, something else. As we designed those playstyles, we thought how to mix it up a bit, how to let player to experiment with what he encounters during the game. So, for example, when he finds a neat shoulder cannon, as we shown in the announcement trailer, even if he's a sniper, he might want to experiment with that. Why not? It fits the universe, it fits the playstyle. He might want to see how it works. And so we decided why not to give him the possibility to do that. That was the idea behind the playstyle. So playstyle is basically the starting preset that kind of gently guides you towards the certain direction of your power fantasy of how you play the game. At some point, the player will need to commit to his choices. So again, it's an important part of the choices system, you know. If you just can switch everything on the fly, that kind of makes your choices less important. So at some point you need to stick to particular guns, particular gadgets, and you just build around them. We give you some time to experiment, but you will need to commit. During the character creation, you will have to choose between three major factions, your origin, so you'll be either Belter or Earther or Martian. Facial customization, appearance, you can choose your body type.
So you will be playing as a Pinkwater mercenary with different type of origin that you would create. You will have your sibling with the same, like, identical one. They will look a little bit different because they're their own person, they have their own personality. These events are set during the first 3 books, I think. You will start on Eris and witness basically the events from a different angle, and this part will be to some degree shown in your character creation.
Every companion should belong somewhere in the universe, and they have their own background consisting of their faction and their acquaintance. They have some background story, their own struggles. All this stuff will influence how they perceive the situations player encounters. So in every major plot event, they will have their opinions. They might hint you towards some decisions. Nice. They might provide you some assistance, or maybe even some crucial contacts to go for help, for advice, for military support, maybe. Of course, they will have their own stories, their own struggles, and you can choose to help them, or maybe to ignore their own stories, totally depending on how
this
you
about
want to be invested
Alcat has been extremely awesome to us.
The choices you make for those companions also will matter in long term.
Yep, some of them will have romances, and you can still
asked that question!
Companions.
Of course I did.
I can't say who is going to have romance, but there will definitely be romance in our game.
It's a small crew on the small ship. You know, the Expanse, it's a universe where everyone flies in very tight spaces for a very long time. So there is a dynamics in the crew as well. We have a few layers of the combat system. First of all, it's obviously the gunplay. A few classes of weapons that you can use, and mostly you do it from the covers, so it's a cover-based gunplay game. And the second layer of the combat system is that's your abilities. That they might be more like offensive ones, maybe something like a grenade or a shoulder cannon, or maybe something more defensive like a shield, or maybe a protective drone. A lot of gadgets that you can choose from depending on your playstyle. And as Julia mentioned, there are some playstyles that are mostly focused on using your gadgets rather than using your weapons. Third layer, but still very important, that's obviously your companions. They have their multiplayer impact on the combat. They have what we call
I would
combat
say
opportunities.
close to
That's
Mass Effect, yeah.
particular situations when you can order your companion to use an exploit in the arena, in the environment, to gain a certain advantage in combat. We decided against the management, the gameplay part of the survival stuff. So you won't be counting your gallons of reaction mass or how much water you need to recycle before it dries out. Nothing like that. But still, the expansion universe is very dangerous. So in terms of narrative, the survival will be a part of the game. You will have a tremendous enemy. You will have a lot of very dangerous situations that you will have to get out somehow. There will be a lot of survival in terms of your player experience, just not as a particular mechanic. You will be able to fly around the solar system. Nice. You will be able to visit various planets. We mentioned it before.
Many planets!
We have Luna, Mars, Ceres, Io,
nice.
And some other cool places to visit. And some of those places will be like major social hubs where you can just walk around, meet other people, drink at the bar, shop for better equipment and stuff like that. So you will have plenty of places to go and to visit and to look at. The Expanse universe is cruel, and some characters might die because of your choices. Stay tuned for more. We will show more very soon. Have something cooking. I hope you will like it.
Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it.
We trust your flex.
Remote, thank you. Yeah, that game is looking really good.
Kenyak Island. Stay alert.
It was really nice to get to talk with them. It was me and Luca who did that interview.
You know, your brother. You said you would visit me here, but you never did. Look, bygones be bygones. Just find me in the West Zone. I'll be waiting.
The previous one was Expense. What vibes does this give you guys?
I dream about what's under the ocean. A distant shore, waiting to be explored.
Yeah, me too, Kolo. This is kind of like Portal with magnets. I can see Control as well, yeah. But there's also a story. I can't really spoil everything. Half-Life 3. X-Men? It's kind of like Portal with Half-Life. I can see that. But there's also like boss fights and stuff like that. So it's not only a jumping game. It's not only like a puzzle game. I wonder if I would be able to do that part so easily. Certainly not, yeah, I know. Oh, puzzles. Oh, he broke her. He used it to break that. I wish I could do that. Imagine organizing the house like that. It would be so much easier, like in real life. Imagine organizing your room and all that. Just... would be sick. Bend. gotta get used to that. Fuck physics, the game. It's kind of spooky now. Oh yeah, there's boss fights. I think this is a boss fight. You're fighting that cannon. Yeah, it looks nice. Looks pretty unique. I mean bullet parry. This is the kind of game that literally looks like you could parry a bullet.
Slipping boats on the faucet. Such a peaceful place to be seen. It's a wonderful way to be free.
Distance short. Nice. Nice. Why parry when you can catch it?
Let's start with Aphelion.
My understanding is it's a dual protagonist game, so you'll actually be swapping back and forth as they sort of work together. And I'm
that
sure
game
there's parts
that they
where you're
talked about the
separated,
music
parts where
thing.
You're together, working together.
Very emotional story.
There's so much potential for stories like that. The dual protagonists, seeing it converge in the end.
You know it's going to be an emotional game, especially when they put so much emphasis in the music. I feel like music is a tool to catalyst emotions, so it's definitely something that...
We were actually talking about that earlier today, music and video, and not just video games, and art in general, and media.
Good music changes
It changes
game
everything.
From a game being a good game to a memorable game, a game that will stick with you in a long time. So.
Well, and Domon has a pretty storied background when it comes to narrative games, whether it's like Life is Strange or like one of my old school favorites, Vampire. Like they try different stuff, weird stuff even sometimes. And so this is exciting.
Thank you. They were using the super alien music instrument. So.
Yeah. What was it called?
A crystal bachette.
Crystal bachette.
Oh, you're talking about the hand wedding one?
He had just Googled that. He did not remember that.
I kind of want to try it, honestly.
I mean,
how do you discover that technique of like, oh, that makes that, yes.
That this is an award-winning composer of the Summit of the Gods as well. So what I find super impressive is just, I feel like people sleep on music so much in games, and then you see behind the scenes of
I disagree.
This entire,
I think music,
they're in
game
a
music
famous
is
church
really
in
good.
Paris playing the organ.
Actually has been a blast to see video game music evolve during the years. Like, video games has some great music, like...
It's one of those things, when it's working, like a lot of time you don't think about it. When music is really good
Oh,
in the
you're
game,
thinking
you
about?
don't really think about it. But then when it's exceptional, like an Expedition or like the Witcher vibes, then you really remember it. But a lot of the games you play, you probably don't look up the soundtrack, even though the game is pretty good,
Ironically, my Spotify rap this year was like mostly video game scores. I think there's often correlation though whenever
I only listen to video game music for the last 10 years.
In a game, it often reflects in
Banana Tigers.
It reflects in every other. I mean, think about it. All the games that have, like, you think about the games with the best scores ever, like you just said, The Witcher 3 or whatever. I mean, it correlates to everything else. Every other aspect of the game, they take it seriously. So.
Another sci-fi game that is probably one of the most anticipated sci-fi games for a very long time is The Expanse: Osiris Reborn, which is from Owlcat as well. It is a third-person action RPG, obviously set in the Expanse universe.
The Expanse is a book and a show, so they're taking inspiration from both, but at the same time, it doesn't require previous knowledge of either for you to be able to enjoy this. In this game, you're going to be living more or less through what happens in the show. However, from a different perspective, from a different side, with your own group of people, with your own environment, that you got to make your own choices.
I think an important thing to frame all of the Expanse game with is that coming from Owlcat, they are a studio that did like Rogue Trader, for example. Their bread and butter is intense, gritty narratives with unbelievable levels of roleplay depth and choice and consequence, complex systems that interweave. And so seeing them go into this, which is of course a third-person cover-based shooter with many RPG mechanics. It's a different road, and I asked them about that in our interview.
Did they stop the show?
How did this happen? Because typically they do sort of an isometric thing, and they just said when we decided we wanted to tackle The Expanse, it required that cinematic flair, and that's what they tackled, and they're doing a phenomenal job. The game looks beautiful.
It looks very interesting to me. It looks kind of like Dead Space meets Gears of War,
It's
kind
more
of
like
gameplay-wise.
Mass
It did. Or, yeah, Mass Effect as well.
The choice and the reputation you have with your companions will change because your companions, they told us, will disagree with some of the stuff you do. They'll get upset or
They will have their own
about it.
opinions.
They'll have their own opinions, and they also, one interesting tidbit they mentioned was that when you are making choices in the game, they're not necessarily going to tell you if that was a big moment, if that, what you just said to them is going to seriously affect this thing over here. It will, but that's all behind the scenes.
Third game was Distant Shore, Brittany. This is what went viral as almost a portal with magnets, and I think it looks like a lot of fun.
It's such a unique concept. I could see it being big time.
You know,
Like,
it's
it
one of
really
those
is.
games like you didn't know you wanted, but then you see it, you're like, oh, that looks like it
Who
tickles
doesn't
a
like
part of my brain.
magnets?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
we've seen
very
versions
good.
of it before, but with everything it combines, because it makes everyone think of a different game when you see it. Because we've heard Half-Life,
Yeah, you
we've
guys-
heard Portal. I thought of Only Up during some parts of it.
Yeah, it had Only Up.
and
You
all
guys
that.
mentioned all these
Edge a little
games.
bit with like
Yeah.
the parkouring while moving stuff.
See, it makes
Magnets.
us think of so many different things at once. So I think it's gonna do.
Just
really well.
watching some of that gameplay, I could see the rage.
How
already.
long are my legs?
Yeah, the boss.
Oh yeah,
Not
that-
happening.
Excuse me?
Well, and I think it's also really cool that they have boss mechanics because like you can tell it started with the idea of using magnets to like manipulate the environment, but then they're like, okay, well we could raise the stakes, take it up a notch.
I
with
don't know
these
who that
boss
is.
fights that are organic in the space and
It
built on it.
also mixes up because it's not just a puzzle game. So there is more to
Yeah.
it and more that you.
Yeah, there's a world that he even showed as well.
It's more than just a puzzle game. Like there's a narrative behind it.
Exactly. Like they could have just stopped with the puzzle game. I think a lot of people would have been perfectly happy with that. But then they go and build on that with a story, boss fights, all sorts of stuff.
Those are not
it's
the
not just
AI
reach a
generator
destination
legs.
or
I
do a final
have
thing, but it's
legs.
actually a narrative, like you said. That's really cool.
I think it's one to keep an eye on. Yeah.
Gosh.
Next up, we have two very exciting updates coming from Obsidian, that being some updates for Avowed as well as Grounded 2. We also got exclusive time with them and had some interviews, which were very exciting.
Legendary. Ha!
Avowed is a Obsidian first-person action RPG set in the world of Pillars of Eternity, where the player plays as an envoy sent by the Emperor of Adir to the Living Lands to investigate a mysterious plague that's kind of
No,
spreading
that's
throughout
me.
the lands,
That's
causing
me.
chaos, and you play as the the envoy trying to figure out what's kind of going on down there. Do things that affect it in positive ways, negative ways, or in between type of ways, with that type of choice and consequence. In terms of, the post-launch things we've been supporting on it, like we've gotten a bunch of abilities added to the ranger and fighter trees to kind of
No,
build out
I did not do this interview.
the
This was
wizardry
Luke.
aspects about it that are like a
Luke did-
arachnophobia mode
did-
that was like
did
a
this
big
interview.
community requested feature, as well as changes to progression, improvements there, gear improvements, and as well as bug fixes and crash fixes.
And you can play now as the different species.
Yeah, we've added different species.
Smash!
The
Damn!
Amalin, Orlins, and Dwarves are now playable. A lot of our decisions we make are revolving around the player community.
The first
so we
one
work,
looked really hot.
really closely with
Would
our
you smash
community
it?
management team. We get like a spreadsheet, kind of see what the things
Smash.
that are bubbling to the top.
They
Like
look
an
cool.
example, like quarterstaff was something where just we wanted to feel like more like a wizard, right? That kind of wizardy vibe, as well as playing as Orlins. Like I think players just were bummed that we didn't include that in the base game. So I mean, it really comes down to like the time and what the community wants, and that's kind of how we decide to go about it. Yeah.
We notice like players really role play their characters in the game. So we always want to give them as many options as we can to like customize their features or character.
Furry?
Kind of have this fantasy
Crystal
in
furry?
this world as they journey through the story. We just wanted to give them as many possible options as they can to really make the character
This is
they want
fish.
to make and just make it just their own. Stuff like all the playable races, we discussed it early on and Avowed. It's something to both previous Pillars games had. It's a lot of work and a difficult thing to really nail down, especially in Avowed with its parkour systems and its combat mechanics and all the weapon types and stuff like that in the game. Our different races are different sizes, they're different shapes, they're a very unique game experience when you play as each one of them in a first-person game
Can
specifically.
you make cat girls?
So it
I
was
think you
something like
can.
new to Wrangle.
Don't
for
quote
Avowed.
me.
We had no time to finish it. as we're making about, and now we can give it to the players, so it's a more rounded experience compared to the original Pillars games. It should be a whole new way to play the game. If you pick an Orlin or an Amawa, it makes you feel completely different in the world, especially if you use third person or first person. It changes it again, how you feel and present in this game, so it's pretty awesome that we can finally bring that.
New Game Plus allows the player to bring over all their abilities, all their equipable gear.
Don't quote me!
Back to level 1, so it's not like you're just
outright. No, about the cat girl!
But you'll have the end game gear.
No, it's a really big update that they're bringing to Avowed.
The new game, as well as we have like modifiers on enemies.
Really big.
Either make them more resistant to some of the elemental types, or modifiers that make them more resistant to being stun locked or hit reacted. And that kind of gets sprinkled in kind of somewhat randomly throughout that New Game Plus experience to kind of get that added challenge, but also let the player still feel somewhat like they're accumulating their abilities over the course of multiple playthroughs. So.
We notice players like to take photos of their envoys, but it's very difficult in the game. You have to get the camera just right to get a certain distance from the character, or capture the shot in a conversation when you see your character. So this allows you to really get into it and
I feel like they kind of made a
awesome
Catman
shots or some scary shots.
They kind of made a Catman,
depending which way you're going.
We're
so Catman is already
to announce that Avowed's finally going to come out to PS5. Pre-orders are going to be live today. Keep an eye out on our socials, and we'll announce when the store page is open.
PS5, which is kind of crazy because it's an Xbox game. So, dang.
Granada 2 is a survival game. It is set in a gigantic city park. You play.
Do you guys remember busting nuts?
Roughly the size.
Ah, man!
And you just have to survive.
I busted so many nuts in this game.
With insects that are the size of a bus, and figuring out how to eat and get some water and fight those bugs and craft new materials and new weapons. As you go and gain in power and get over those initial survival challenges, you can sort of get into the story of what has really happened in this park. A number of huge updates planned for the park. This is the first big content update that we have. We've been calling it the winter update. It's really about adding in this next big park, and that comes with a lot of things.
You see those juicy lips in that gnome?
With this winter update, which is the community garden.
This is a survival game.
That early picnic area. On the map, it's just to the east of it, behind the gigantic statue of Tully and Burgle. This was our opportunity to really start delving into a brand new biome with everything that entailed. You've got a vegetable garden, you've got a greenhouse, and you've got a pumpkin patch. All of these introduce a lot of new and different types of artwork.
I feel like there's a lot of Bugs Life inspiration
and then,
in
of course,
this.
Then we need all the insects that go in these areas too. And so,
and I'm not kidding you.
Oh,
so cute!
As I love to say, all of these insects, you can fight. Maybe they're docile and you can attack them. Many of them are aggressive and will attack you. And regardless, you fight them, learn their tactics, and then eventually turn them into fashionable attire and new weapons.
Going to a new biome, a new area in the park allows us to fully.
In this game, you can actually bust nuts. If you go to the nuts in the ground,
for us,
the option that it gives you is to bust it.
Really organic structure.
I'm not making this up.
That man-made.
They did this on purpose.
This was designed by humans at human level.
Wasps are coming back, which are a lot of fun to fight, but can be kind of annoying. Again, this is a survival game, so excited about those things coming back. Black ants are also coming back too, and like with both of those, you get sets of armor and different weapons that you can craft after you've defeated these creatures. We're more excited about the new creatures that are coming in the garden update though. So we developed a brand new creature in the cricket. The cricket is pretty big. Again, this is the size of a large.
Some of those insects can be really scary.
Has some very unique attack.
I was horrified when I saw the fucking scorpion.
Jump very, very far.
Jesus Christ.
It has its own armor sets. It has its own weapon or weapons that you can craft based upon it. And then the same thing for Earwig.
Yeah, this is a big update for Grounded 2. Grounded 2, it's still on the early access, so there's a big update for it.
The player with their strategic opportunities. again, you can turn those into armor. Of course, turn them into your base furnishings. You can turn them into weapons. And we think they'll offer some exciting and unique combat opportunities.
We really want Grounded 1 players to be excited to see these creatures again, but also to be surprised and delighted by the changes. You know, just like we did in the picnic area, we've revamped the combat. So that means even looking at the old legacy creatures and going, okay, how do we make them a part of the system? How do we make them challenging in this new dance? How can we leverage our systems to make them more interesting? And so hopefully there's a couple of twists coming even with the old favorites that will keep veteran players on their toes and will surprise and delight new players.
We have a brand new buggy, the Ladybug buggy, which you'll be able to get and raise and hatch. And then raise a ladybug. I'm pretty excited about all that stuff. Like, I think all of it is coming together just really well.
I think every single Grounded player from Grounded 1 at some point jumped on the ladybug and let it transport them around. And we often joke that that was the original buggy prototype.
Rosen!
And there's something so iconic about the ladybug and getting on it. And
this game can be horrified for some people.
What's important for us whenever we do introduce
I was very
we
scared.
don't want it to just be another one or just a horse, you know? And so it really boiled down to what can the ladybuggy bring to the table.
You can have a cannon.
Weren't. What can make her stand apart and
They're
bring
violent
ability and an experience to the player that the other buggies aren't? How can we carve out her own little niche in the game? She's the tank. She's, you know, the one who can get into really tough fights.
How do you mean?
And withstand those large swarms of insects. And that's where the idea of the water cannon on her back, and you know, players being able to shoot at their enemies, and that ended up, you know, providing a ton of gameplay opportunities and a really unique experience. Being able to shoot down the aerial insects,
I think those are wasps,
that are often
right?
a bit more challenging.
That they're attacking?
Frustrating for players. Well, now you have this, you know, ranged weapon that you can take them down with that feels super satisfying, almost like an anti-air gun. For us, as soon as we crack that, it felt like, okay, there she is. That's her niche. And now it's just about bringing that experience to life and finding moments in the garden experience to really highlight that and let that shine for the player.
One thing about this game is that it's full
So we
of
saw
bugs.
a Avowed great interview that you did over there. We see now that we have
Like,
new
there's
Game Plus
bugs
coming,
everywhere.
There's a photo mode, a new weapon type, changing
all the
appearance.
personalizations
There's new
they
character
can do.
presets. You got new races, which
species,
I'm sure,
yeah.
Lua will have a lot of fun with.
Yeah, they're doing a lot, and I mean the game, of course, launched
No,
earlier this
I'm
year.
not here.
Obsidian's been very
Busy this year.
busy. Yeah, and they're doing
3
these free
years
updates
that they did
now,
the last year?
and so they also are adding New Game Plus, which adds a whole new reason for you to go back through the game. So the game is coming to PS5.
We got another one.
We got it.
The Avowed Platinum Trophy was insane.
Here we go.
Dang.
Yeah, but it's coming, and it's available for pre-order as of this
Right now?
show going live. So right now, so check it out. And when I talked to them, they were saying how important the community is to them, how they've listened to a lot of their feedback, like adding arachnophobia mode on Grounded.
I was gonna say, Luke, if I'm scared of spiders, what do I do?
Yeah, there's arachnophobia mode. But they
Just
that's
one
kind of their
second.
driving force, is looking at the community, what the community is saying, communicating. They're like, hey, we'd like more species and more customization options in Character Builder. Okay, we'll do that. And it's just really nice to see them do that. They could put it in a paid package, but they're not. They're just, you know, it's a labor of love, and that's.
I really like how, as you're going to New Game Plus, you can also change your character's appearance. So you keep some of your skills and stuff, but if you are tired of how your character looks or you want to do something new, try a different race, you can do that by just going to New Game Plus. You don't need to go back to the beginning.
Besides that, we also had Grounded 2, which is bringing the Garden of Brook Hollow Park that is now going to be open.
Hey.
So it's a new biome. They have new creatures, new
No, I'm
tools,
here.
a new mushroom brick material that you can build more stuff with, and also
I'm
a
here.
new ladybug buggy.
A ladybuggy.
So cute!
For those of you watching, it's a play on word.
Allow me to explain.
Ladybug E because you can mount it and ride it like a buggy.
Yeah, and speaking to listening community, they also take a lot of feedback. This is a game that launched back into early access back in July, and so this is a major winter update is what they're calling it, and it was heavily requested to have more types of transport, which they are still planning more for the future that people can be excited about, but they always listen to feedback about, you know,
You're so confused.
should
How so
insect be an
confused?
enemy? Should insect be what they call, you know, is it docile?
So there is an
docile?
arachnophobia mode.
Yeah.
But what if you're afraid of
friendly,
insects?
Some can be enemies, and then of course they can also treat them now as transport as well.
You looked at Luke when you asked.
Well, yeah, I'm not looking at you. And so with this update, they're doing this throughout a lot of the timeline. Like they're gonna give you a lot of these big updates, and you're gonna be kind of surprised. Of like when it first released early access, there was still plenty to do. It was a survival game, but if you were a fan of Grounded, the original, you knew they were still gonna have a great winter update for you like this. And so they have a lot on their roadmap, but because of the way the game is oddly like scaled down, you know, it's from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, like the way it's shrunk down, they have so much they still want to do and will be doing for a long, long time.
Well, and that cricket.
Yeah, the cricket thing looks
that thing's
terrifying.
horrifying. It turns around and like.
You're like, wait, what's he doing? What's he doing?
I gotta give them credit. Like Obsidian's been so crazy busy. Like the fact that you can put out 2 pretty sizable games in 1 year and a bunch of updates for it.
And it seemed like they were cooking something huge, right? Because
Yeah, they just had Tim Kaine come back out of retirement. He's one of the creators of Fallout back in the day, and he
didn't he also was some of the original creators of Vampire Bloodlines?
I think he did.
I think so. Yeah.
Yes.
He's kind of a legend of the industry. He in 2020 went and started doing consulting work with Obsidian, but he was, in his words, semi-retired. But he's actually gone back to Obsidian to work full-time in office, moved to the studio on some project that's unannounced, and he said,
Do you think they're up to no good? I think they're up to no good.
So, new IP. Something crazy, who knows? But they are.
This is not live.
It's hard to not.
I mean, I have a twin
hope,
sister.
At least for Fallout stuff, because you know the TV show being excellent and everyone itching for more Fallout. So
Outward 2. We
Next
play
up, we
that?
have 3 fantasy RPG games that are looking very cool, as I would say. This is going to be Outward 2 from Nine Dots Studio, a follow-up to their other survival game, Outward, obviously. We have Varen's Call by Titan Rock, and then we also have
My sister's
Dragon
calmer
Twin
than me.
by Draconic
Nah.
Interactive.
This game was really hard. This game was really hard.
Open world RPG, which for once you're not some kind of special superhero or the last child from a prophecy. You're just a dude or a dudette. And the reason why we are
You guys remember
downscaling
how
who
much
the
this
player
game kicked
is
my ass?
because they want to be immersed more than they want to
Damn.
be powerful. And that was the big change in our approach. And we made all of our design decisions to be in alignment with this vision. If you were just a regular person and you wanted to think like a human
You guys,
being,
this is not a competition, okay?
it's when you are aloof.
I
When
don't
you're just
care
like,
if I'm prettier or
"That's
not
so
than
dangerous,
her.
I've done it before. And that's when life just snaps back at you, right?
The
In
only
real life,
difference is the
it's like
camera
that. It should be
angles.
like that in the design as well. So one gigantic thing is the character creation. In Outward 1, like we had very ugly protagonists. And we didn't
Very
have a lot of
ugly
options. You know, we had
protagonist.
like 3 skin colors, a handful of faces, a handful of haircuts, and that was it. It feels like really
you're having a good
throwing
day,
yourself
sis.
into an RPG. You choose a background, you choose traits, you have a very granular system to
Oh my gosh.
modify and customize your character to your
Yes, I
liking.
can't
One of the
change my
big
camera
things
angle
is
because my
you choose
monitor is like
one
huge.
of 3
Unless if I
starting
put my
locations.
camera like behind
So,
me.
as a regular person, what justifies throwing yourself into
Yes,
danger?
the
How
Steam
to
does
become
this event also
Well,
has
we
a
have 3
dedicated
different
Steam
quests,
page where you guys can go
depending on
check
which city
all
you
the
choose.
games there.
So
Do you guys
if
see anything that
are
you guys
in
like?
In Simeon's Bastion, you are a homeless person. You're
Yeah, the
desperate.
world is very beautiful.
In Tramontaine, you are a miner and you're trying to like improve your status and your quality of life. In Haboob, you are just a clerk who just bought a house. What could possibly go wrong? You know, and very mundane.
You guys remember
situations that are not
Haboob?
special or anything, but something special happens to you, and then you have to live up to the situation. We want a weather system that is very dynamic. So now we have a year-long calendar with seasons, and you just go through all that. So it's gonna be winter, and then it's spring, and then summer, and does change like what kind of
It's very cute.
stuff can be found, what kind of armor you need to wear. Dual wielding is gigantic. So now you can combine anything that goes in one hand, and that opens up a lot of possibilities. In Outward 1, like you had your offhand, you could only have a set amount of things, and you had your main hand. Now you can just interchange. You can have 2 shields if you want. It sucks. I don't recommend it, but you can. Of course,
sucks.
like just visually, and the fact that it's much more lush, it's more filled, it's more visually vibrant. That's going to be something that people will notice very quickly. Just like in Outward 1, we have 8 skill trees, and all those skill trees have some exclusive skills. So if you take one, you can't take the other, and you have a maximum of 3 breakthrough points. So there's only 3 skill trees that you can
We did play
learn
this.
from to the
It was
maximum
fun.
of the capabilities. Otherwise, when you have like the first few layers of skills available.
We
One thing
played
we
a very
added were,
early
are
build.
the attribute points, the core stats, so strength, agility, constitution, willpower, intelligence. We added those. We're gonna track a lot of different things that you do. They're all gonna have like different thresholds. So let's say you dodge attacks successfully a certain number of times, you unlock a node that will give you a passive trait.
What?
And increase your agility. So very small incremental changes. We start with very simple things, and it expands us in more and more circles. So you won't be able from the very start to unlock all 3 skill trees just because you have the cash to do it. You will have to have experience. You will need to have practiced the life of danger and aura.
Can it track if
to
my
be able to
parents love
understand,
me?
Like get to the next level of the skill trees. Other than that, well, I think it's important to note that all 4 regions are
I don't
new
think
regions,
so.
it's really just completely new environment to explore.
Nice.
Today, we're going to be taking a deep dive into our upcoming
Ready!
action RPG, Varen's Call. The world of Leda is entirely shrouded by darkness on one side, while scorched by endless sun on the other. These incredibly hostile areas are known as the Forsaken Realms, which, as you may have noticed, is the name of the universe we are meticulously crafting. Your first steps within the Forsaken Realms will take you to the Vale of Varen, a city on the brink of collapse, and the first of our narrative-focused adventures. You'll step into the boots of a lone mercenary, seeking to answer Varen's call for aid, and maybe earn some gold and glory along the way.
It's very pretty.
It's clear that Varen needs a hero, and every hero needs a way to slay the countless fantastical beasts they'll encounter. Varen's Call aims to cater to a wide range of playstyles,
Magic.
offering you the freedom to combat the unknown in a variety of ways. Whether you prefer to be a nimble-footed archer, flinging fireballs between arrows, or face your foes toe-to-toe as an
Spin you in?
axe-wielding whirlwind of death, the choice is yours.
Spin you in?
The game's classless system means you're never locked into playing a specific way. You have the ability to adapt, alter, or completely switch playstyles midway through your adventure. Unlock and spend perk points to obtain new skills and abilities, and level up your mercenary's core stats by gaining character experience. Hidden chests throughout the world will reward you with a range
Why
of
they have no
weapons,
shirt?
armor, and unique trinkets, some providing unique effects to help you gain an edge in your next combat encounter. The local hamlet of
Yeah.
South Vale acts as a hub,
Did you see the tower?
a safe space that
It's bent.
provides various amenities for you to further develop your character. Use the forge to upgrade the weapons and armor you find throughout the world,
It looks really cozy.
and the dismantling bench to
I like
deconstruct
it.
items for materials. The spell crafting table can be used to increase the power of your magic. Everything from an area of effect freeze attack that stops the enemy in their tracks, to ripping up the ground from underneath their feet with destructive force. Use the trap making bench to upgrade and unlock new traps and gadgets. A nice complement to your arsenal, allowing you the opportunity to catch your enemies off guard. And finally, the alchemy cauldron. This can be used to custom brew a multitude of mixtures, from replenishing health and restoring stamina to curing yourself of nasty status effects. These concoctions are sure to aid you on your journey.
Lemonade? Lemonade?
Okay, great. So you equip
Smash
that
or
shiny new
pass?
helmet, purchased that slightly overpriced magic spell you always had your eyes on, and upgraded that new polybuster barrel to the volatile variant that has even more boom.
Smash.
You're ready to get back into the fight, but maybe you want a change of pace. Yes, you're supposed to be the hero and save the city, but heroes need breaks too.
Oh, we
Besides,
pet!
there's a whole world to explore,
and quirky characters from all walks of life
Cute.
need your help with their problems.
Then you've come about the job.
You might find yourself involved in a murder mystery, helping a local peacekeeper catch the criminal behind the death of her beloved friend. Or maybe you're on a mission to rid Varin of the Gnomi scourge that plagues the city. All because a crazy guy in an outhouse called you a hero?
I know the truth!
Maybe we should stick to the main task at hand after all. Varen's Call
I don't know, this game is looking really cute.
Full controller support.
I like
with the aim
it.
of releasing on consoles at a later date.
Yep.
Our game is inspired by classics like Fable and The Elder Scrolls, so if this sounds like your kind of adventure,
Yeah,
consider heading
I
over
feel
to
like this is
Steam
my
and
kind of
adding a
thing. What do you guys think? I think
Fable.
this is definitely my kind of thing.
Until then, we'll see you mercenaries
Lysandra,
soon.
thank you so much for your membership. Obrigada. Mwah. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Varen's Call. Yeah. I wonder if it has a fart button. Oh, this one is so sick. So, this is an early game. They're making, they kind of want to make that you ride a dragon to command your troops. Kind of like role-playing as Daenerys, but like you kind of play as a dragon. It's really nice. I also hope there was dragon sex. I mean, dragons are clinging. An early access for patrons, supporters. It's very, very pretty. By the way, if you guys would like for me to try any of these games on stream, I don't know if I could, but I could ask the devs for it. If you guys want, like for example, I could try to get this. I don't know if they would be okay with me streaming it, but if they are, you can create your own dragon. Look at this! This is sick! That's a long neck. Yep. Dragon Twin. Zyron, I hope that you can smash. It would be nice if you could.
First question I had was, how hard is this game going to be? Because the most common question about the original
Outward
Outward was, okay, this is like, does it have to be so hard?
I actually got to play the game in the alpha version, and I got my ass
Look at his
kicked.
face.
I'm glad.
He's so mad that I got to play the game.
It's actually amazing. Like, I actually really enjoyed it because exploring this game felt very rewarding, and there's like a camping system, so you can camp like right outside like the enemy zone, and then you prepare like your weapons and everything to wreck the enemy, because if you don't prepare, oh, you're in trouble.
It's known to be a very, very hardcore survival, and when I was talking to Guillaume, he was like, if you die, it is likely your fault. And we all heard him say, like, it's
I
not
died
hard,
so many times,
but it is demanding. And they always at all times want to live up to those words, which is really awesome. And they will have a pack mule, which he said, of course, shocker, can
I don't think I was nervous there, Angelica.
Of course.
I'm more nervous
one
now.
of the big struggles was with inventory and spacing along other struggles that players had to really try and, play out this game. Like you were saying earlier, you can't dilly-dally in this game. You have to really know what you're going to do, and eventually you'll get a hang of things.
When I told him that I actually played the game for hours,
so
he was like,
he says
fuck you.
anything in the game. You can even double shield it up, which he says is not recommended.
You can attack with the shield. It's super close.
He really loves to stress all of
We did
this,
that.
these niche things.
There's a lot of
Like you can sprain your ankle, you can
Oh my
perforate,
God.
you can perforate a lung.
I broke both of my ankles.
You can sprain a.
I also got brain damage.
You can have a concussion. It will all impact you, and all of these ailments like take different lengths of time to recover from.
I got a concussion
In real life as
game
well.
It was really terrible.
What were you doing? What were you doing out of game?
It was kind. No, it was just kind of like a play on because whenever I told people I got a concussion, brain damage in game, a lot of people in my chat was like in game.
Sounds like the most hardcore of hardcore survivals.
It was really fun, and you can also play with friends, and then things become a lot more bearable.
They've showed the split screen.
Yeah,
and
so
it
you
looks
can play
awesome.
split screen with your friends, and it's
If
really
you have
nice. Especially because then, like, you get beaten up, and then your friends get beaten up, so and then you know.
can get digital concussions together.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Forsaken Realms, Baron's Call. We were all
Right.
sitting here saying it looks
It looks sick.
Most importantly, controllers. I can play that one.
I was trying to put my finger on what like the vibe was, and at the very end of the trailer, they say inspired by games like Fable. They really struck an interesting vibe. It seems like it's got a lot of soul and heart in it.
We've talked about music a lot today. I just want to say that was something I noticed right there. That flute, there's something about a flute. When a flute starts playing,
I think you like
in a fantasy game, dude.
When the flute started playing, he was like, "Oh my god,
I'm ready to go to war."
Their stuff is a lot more professional.
It's very well detailed, and I can't wait to try it.
They angled it that like
I
hey,
hope
you
I can
do
murder
this
random
thing. You
people.
can really focus on combat and the main quest line, the main story, but this is also an expansive world where there are a bunch of little side stories where you can go to these individual side characters and like help them catch their chicken.
Yeah,
or the murder mystery or whatever it is, and I feel like that's what builds out a world and makes it feel more full.
You played
So
with your
I think it looks
sister? Nice.
Third, we had.
Did you guys get the
Dragon Twin.
conclusion together?
I don't even know if we're.
Look at my face.
Dude, you can make your own dragon. There's a character creator for your dragon.
Did you see the neck customizer? I mean, like Jake was like.
To be fair, is very early in production. They're working on all these systems for Dragon Flight, and as they mentioned in the trailer, it's still a work in progress. They're like finding the game and what it's gonna be based on funding, Patreon support, things like that. But I mean, just
Nah, you
like,
guys don't have a
imagining
bingo
the
card.
vision of a kingdom builder where like you're in command of dragons like Khaleesi. Like inject that into my veins. It's another one of those games I didn't know I needed or wanted, but
Never even came across your
Yeah,
mind.
I can't do
Like,
a
wait
bingo card.
you see and you're like, of course.
Of course I need that.
I can't wait to see how it progresses because it already looks amazing.
But they left the
I really
combat
want to
pretty
try that
open-ended.
game.
Like we saw some battle scenes, we saw some light with other dragons.
I
maybe
want to
fighting,
fly in the
how that's
world
gonna
and
come
see
into
the world
play
as a
after
dragon, and then I want to land and kill everybody, turn everything on fire.
Cinematic shots.
I want
you're
to
gonna
burn
get
an
that
entire
dragon is gonna be
forest as
great.
a dragon and just go like rawr.
Next up, we have some exclusive content coming from Munfish, a comparison of the twins from Atomic Heart, now in the cube, a very exciting game I think we're all looking forward to. And for Atomic Heart, some new screenshots from
I'm
their
pretty
DLC
sure in
number
that
4.
dragon
On top
thing
of
I
that,
talk
there is
about
also
dragon
Immortal
sex.
Gates of Pyre that we had
They
an
definitely
incredible
cut it
interview
off.
with that Jake hosted, where we talk a little bit about the
Fuck the
making
climate,
of the
fuck the
game,
forest.
people behind it, and RTS.
Sorrow. Divinity Dragon Commander has been recommended to me a few times. I don't understand! I'm just getting censored. This is the only place. Oh, smash. This is the only place where I don't get censored. Do you guys wish I was censored at some point? Dead. Sometimes. Those are some nice tits. I don't know what else is going on in the cutscene, but she has nice boobs. Slouch. Oh, you have a mute button. How dare you?
Is it recording?
Yeah, it is.
It's in the sky, a giant cube. I can still barely believe it myself. When it showed up, I was in the lab. I didn't even see it. You know? I felt that same fear, though. A terrible sense of my own
Half-Life 3?
powerlessness.
Absolutely. No, this is the XCOM 3.
How did the whole of humanity...
Damn!
And did we actually
Smash!
miss it? What if the cube didn't appear, but revealed itself? What if it was always there, and we've only just started to see
She
it?
has silver underwear. Don't ask me how I know it. Damn. The gameplay is looking sick. How do? Smash. The old lady, just to clarify. Those are the twins. Yeah.
So, Immortal Gates of Pyre is an
This
attempt
is
to
for
modernize
StarCraft
and
fans.
make more accessible the RTS genre, while simultaneously keeping all of the complexity and the opportunities for mastery that have made RTS so popular over the years. So it's I would refer to it as a Blizzard-style RTS.
It's more like
fast action,
StarCraft.
big battles, very
Yeah,
tactical,
StarCraft too.
kind of very rapid-fire chess. We realized that RTS, in part because it was dominated by a few big players, never really went through the kind of indie transformational experimentation. Some of the companies that tried to do so did so by stripping away features or
How old is
losing
StarCraft
some of
2?
the,
Do you guys
the
know?
things that really made RTS great. In the early days, we surveyed a lot of players in both MOBA and RTS communities and found that they really
Too
loved
old?
the fantasy of commanding an army. RTS, at the end of the day, if you were to strip it all away, is just you're commanding an army, another guy's
2010?
commanding an army in real time.
15 years?
Right? Because you get individual unit control,
I still remember
it can be very
Kerrigan
overwhelming,
stats.
and because you're also
Like
building
it was
those units, because
yesterday.
you're building a base, because you're having to do so much macroing along with the microing simultaneously, that for most players it just gets overwhelming and complicated. And so we worked through
Why is
it
Jake's neck so
kind of line
long?
by line, trying to figure out what are the
I
rote
don't
tasks,
know.
what are the things
Why?
that players are required to do that are not
Do
really
you think he's kind of like the
decisions, that
Cappy
are more
related
just
to the
chores,
giraffes?
right?
Giraffes?
And how do we make more and more of the complexity in
Core
the game,
memory?
but optional, opt-in? We
Can't
refer
believe
to
it
it
has
as
been
opt-in
16 years.
complexity. And then simultaneously,
think
how do
they-
we create a world and
like StarCraft
experiences
2
and
will
game
ever
modes that people
exist?
want to be a part of? We want to take this genre and show people this genre isn't dead. People want this fantasy, they want this experience. A lot of it has to do with things like the UI and the UX, the unit design, and a lot of that opt-in complexity.
No,
So,
why?
For example, in most RTSs, you always have to be building workers. If you're not building workers, you're
Or
falling
you
behind on your
hope
economy
not.
and you're screwed. The correct move, with very
But
few
Blizzard is
exceptions,
now, yeah.
is to build a worker every chance you get. So we made that automated, but have a toggle.
Man.
If you want it turned off, you can. So if you're trying to do a specific timing attack, you can, but we took that complexity away. One of the other things is how in MOBAs you have a unified command card, right? All of the abilities and castable abilities on your hero are easy to reach. You can hit all of those buttons very quickly on one hand. We redesigned the UI UX to be the same way. So you can select your whole army with one button by default, and then all of the abilities, castable abilities of your army are also on that one unified command card. One of the things that people often tell us is that when they watch our game, it looks like an RTS, but when they play it, it almost plays more like a MOBA in terms of how they're commanding their army. Our early idea was if we bring the top, 10 modders within generally the strategy gaming space, if we bring them all together and we say, if we were to come together and build a game that truly is the next
And this game also has
generation
automations.
RTS. What does it
like,
look
for example, you know,
and
like
that's
in
what we
some
set out to
Paradox
do.
games?
The 1v1 or 2v2 PvP experiences, they're similar to a StarCraft or a StarCraft 2. You know, maps. We did redesign
Yes,
the maps.
that's
and
why
we
they have the
redesigned mechanics in a way that
automation
2v2
hand.
is actually really
For
fun
normal
support-
people to be able
support
to play
gameplay
games like
mode,
this. You don't need to have like 5
players,
arms.
including pro players, have actually really enjoyed doing 2v2 tournaments. But the ultimate goal is to destroy the enemy's town centers, and so it's kind of a tactical back and forth with counters and strategic snipings and using immortal abilities in clever ways. So it's
Oh,
great
literally.
for mastery
Depends,
and
do you have
laddering
2 arms?
and skill gain.
I'm not
Ultimately,
sure if there
at
will
least
be
the goal
pylons.
is to have other PvP
I'll be
modes
honest with
that
you
are
guys, I
more
have
casual
always-
or more playful.
I
Kind of
started
some
playing
chaos
StarCraft.
modes, auto battler modes, things like that, where if you just have 10 minutes and you want to have a beer while doing it, and you want to do something that's a bit strategic, but you don't want to get that sweaty, we want to have those experiences too. That's a big part of the target market that we're looking at, is people
What I
that
ended up
like
playing
to
a
be
lot
challenged mentally,
was tower
but
defense
don't
in
necessarily want to
StarCraft
try
2.
to do the crazy APM and don't want to get too invested in the competition. We want to do a full grand campaign. The inspiration for how we kind of want, or how we see the ideal campaign, if we can build it, is very similar to Dark Crusade. It's a grand campaign. You can be
Not
kind
yet,
of any
Kui.
of these different factions.
He's talking about it right
and
now.
conquering territory and building new and unique stories.
Yeah. I really love tower defense.
One of the better trailers that I think we all saw back around SGF last
Yeah, now
year.
our new trailer that we're showing with this, of course, the twin comparison is new,
Yeah.
which is very cool to see the twins for the first time in this universe, if you like Atomic Heart. But the trailer itself for the Cube, nothing new.
The potential for that game is like unmatched.
You like Warcraft better?
They're so good at cinematics.
I'm so
and
sorry.
Also just like the concept of playing a game like that with the map constantly changing, the biomes changing. It like breaks my brain to think about, but in a fun way. I think.
Like different terrains, different weather.
Yeah. They show that sliding clip where she's sliding, and then as the cube is apparently rotating, we don't know how that mechanic even works with the
Well, I'm
map.
assuming you can fall off. Like
I think the only thing I commented here was about the character's boobs, so I think they cut
They've
it.
taken so many gameplay mechanics already we saw from that short trailer.
When he
saw
said
wall
gameplay,
running,
I
saw
thought
just,
about the
like,
character's
traditional
ass.
gunplay.
The other cool part to me is that it is set in a universe that people have already been a part of.
A
somehow.
the world of Atomic Heart's very interesting.
Can you
as well.
explain it a little bit?
It's kind of like it is Soviet Russia in an alternate timeline where they've mastered robotics, but then there's like evil robots.
And in terms of vibe, it's kind of like Soviet Bioshock. And it's a vibe.
That's a good way to put it.
And what's interesting is that from
I just like-
the original game Atomic Heart, one of the primary things people loved about it were like the boss fights,
Yeah.
and then like the outdoor environments and the art direction. And that is just the cube. And then they're adding in this multiplayer component as well with like,
Real-
it seems like PvE elements with
Nah, it's
bosses
okay.
that you'll fight against together as the cube rotates.
They invited me on purpose.
I can't wait to find out more.
I love how open-ended they are.
They knew
on Fish,
we were-
like,
they're
are
gonna
all
get it.
curious because we don't know the exact direction they're going and where it could end up. And I was trying to pinpoint like what game I was looking at, because we are gonna flow into
The art
Atomic Heart, and I
direction,
love that
yeah.
tie between those worlds.
I saw
But
the
honestly,
stitch
I saw
too,
a piece of
Jake.
like the finals and the first destructibility and cube movement we saw when the finals first released. There was something about that aesthetic that I also saw. and I
Oh,
was like,
that
okay, now I'm
aesthetic! I
instantly
saw
locked
that
back into
silver
this.
underwear.
The DLCs people love. There's already Atomic Heart 1 and 2. This is their 4th and final DLC for Atomic Heart.
We all saw
And when we saw the trailer, we saw the screenshots. It adds new environments and it looks good.
Yeah.
You know. Then the third game on our list with that one was
Aesthetics.
Immortal Gates of Pyre by Sunspear. Jake, you had a great conversation with Ian.
My boy Ian. It's a game that's been in development for a long time. We're gonna probably talk about how it's a group of modders, and so they've
Yeah.
hired a lot of modders, and they have that DNA for this game and a lot of the concepts they want to plan out for
I
the
always
future.
like when
They've had
companies
hands on
hire
this for
modders.
almost
I
10
don't know
years,
why.
but they've been working hard on it for about 5, is what they would tell you. And they really want to try and
What
combat.
do you guys think about that?
As we all know,
It's
like the
just something
RTS
that's
genre is really hard to get into.
always gives me
because-
like a good look on them.
I agree, because it's like you see these games,
Modders.
you know RTS games, you're
Like
like,
people
I can't,
who
I don't wanna
mod
do
the
that. I don't
game.
want to work on macro.
I do know, like,
and, all
moms,
those
but, like,
movements per second
people who mod
and
the
whatnot.
game.
And they want to try and combat the pillars that have already established themselves in the RTS genre. We know
Modders.
Age of Empires, but we also
Yeah.
know StarCraft is the one that people kind of go to.
But if
he was saying
games-
they've had these games in the genre that blew
The
up so
moms
early on.
as well.
that
I mean,
it's
if
been
they know
hard for
how to make
companies like this
games.
to make a new
Sure.
RTS and survive and branch out and be somewhat unique to what
I don't think they would hire my mom.
Attached to.
I do like that they're kind of emphasizing accessibility because I think it is pretty intimidating for new players. That's why a lot of people don't want to, you know, are kind of turned off by RTS. It's just so overwhelming to look at.
It's awesome. I'm
By the way, you guys,
played RTS
while we were recording
like,
this, there was a competition between the right couch and the left couch.
Yeah, I don't have any clue how to do it.
I live for micro, macro movements,
This is
bro.
cool. And then you can have the sweaty experience if you want. Or you can have the experience where you just sit at home and have a beer.
I did, when he said that, I was like, that's my guy.
Exactly.
My vibe.
This game was made for...
But I do want to really support him, and,
Well,
you know, when it comes to cracking
Jake
through whatever
say
the
that,
current, you know,
stigma.
the current stereotype in that genre is, they're trying to innovate, they're trying
The
to do things
couch,
differently, and one last thing, they're
this
very,
couch
very community focused. So
was the more
like a lot of
intelligent
the devs
one.
we've spoken to, they love their community, they found their diehards,
And
it
the
really
other
has shaped
couch
the project.
was the
and so I
funnier
hope
one.
we see it in the near future.
Next up, we have what I'm calling kind of a Western section. We have some new footage from the game X-Killer. That's going to be Paradark Studio. There's Far, Far West from Evil Raptor and Erosion from Plot Twist.
Left couch and Hinster. They all. Oh shit! This game looks really sick. I think this game started with like 2 people, if I'm not mistaken.
Welcome to the world of Execular. We are Kasia and Amadeus,
Kinda like
the creators of the game.
And this is gameplay overview. Execular is a first-person action-adventure game that encourages exploration, rewards curiosity,
And never holds your hand.
You play as Denzel Phoenix, an Execular, a corporate bounty hunter.
Execulars hunt down fugitives and reclaim souls from those who try to escape the system.
It's kind of like
One of
Cowboy
the game's main hubs
Cyberpunk.
is the Tower, a massive fortress city ruled by the Helion Corporation. This is where you accept contracts, upgrade your gear, and prepare for missions.
Job well done, contract fulfilled.
The game is structured in chapters, and almost everyone begins and ends in the tower.
Look at this car.
Outside the tower lies a harsh, scorched desert. You travel through it in a heavily modified car, designed to protect you from extreme conditions, such as heat and radiation.
I wouldn't go
Inside the
outside.
vehicle, you have access to your computer, storage, and a working radio.
I kind of see some Fallout in it as well. What do you guys think?
From your
I don't go outside normally, it's true. I cannot do it. Okay, I survived.
Survival is a core part of the experience.
Inventory space is limited, and every item matters, forcing players to make careful
Kinda like the
decisions
Tetris.
about what to carry and what to leave behind.
Helion's high-tech systems allow you to hack devices, pick locks, and access restricted areas.
Your cybernetic implants help you uncover hidden elements and investigate the environment.
Did I play Backpack Hero?
Missions
The
and
name is
level
familiar, I
design
don't
are
remember.
fully non-linear.
Sick!
There's no single way to complete a contract. Stealth, dialogue, and combat are all valid approaches and can be
Is
freely
he gonna put
combined.
that stick up the guy's ass?
In Execular,
What is
every
that stick?
decision matters.
What's it gonna be? Plata or muerte?
X-Killer.
Wishlist Executor on
Yeah.
Steam.
Hi
Oh,
everyone.
it was a
Robin
suppressed
here from
revolver.
Firefang
Ah!
Games. I am the senior product manager for Far Far West, developed by the incredible 6-person team at Evil Raptor.
Far Far West is a 1-to-4 player co-op PvE first-person shooter where you play as robot cowboys in a weird Western world.
Oh yeah,
Work
this is
together
the
to kill bosses, collect
cowboy
bounties,
segment.
and cleanse the lands of the evil enemy invaders. Today, I'm going to talk you through a short, single-round session of Far Far West.
Okay.
Here, we're exploring the Far Far West hometown, an evolving space where you can upgrade your weapons, spells, and characters. Once the team is geared up and ready to go, we can pick the bounty we want to hunt and drop into the game.
Nuclear missile. That's not the only flying train today.
Now that we have dropped into the map, it is time to head to our first objective. We can travel around the map much faster with the use of our trusty horses, which you can summon with the press of a button.
The horse.
When fighting enemies, I can use different firearms and a variety of spells to do damage or heal myself and teammates. Spells and guns can also be comboed together to make their effects more powerful, spread their damage further, or even create new spells. To summon this boss, we need to do the obvious. Launch a nuke at its nest.
I'm not
Let's
sure
get
if
this rocket loaded with
you can play
explosives
this
and
game if you
shoot
don't
it
have
into the
friends,
sky.
though.
When playing co-op, you have to work together.
Oh no,
as a
you
team
can,
to
I
complete
think.
the objectives and defend yourself from enemy attacks.
I think you can.
Right now, we're throwing sticks of dynamite to my teammate for him to put in the rocket, of which he is actually only catching a few. While carrying out objectives, you will attract the attention of the enemy hordes, who will
Wanted
try
friends?
and stop you.
No, the way that he phrased it, I think you can play single player. Don't quote me on that.
Now we have the rocket all powered up. Let's launch it at the boss nest to really make it angry.
I'm sorry, Baru.
This bounty is far from over.
There's
Now
no
we have to
side,
take
no
the
match.
beast down. Let's summon the boss and get this party started.
Yeehaw! Kota! I like how messy this is. Like, there is magic, there is a flying undead dragon, there is guns. Alex is dead, Alex sucks.
We won.
Sorry, Alex.
The boss is dead.
I'm sure you
but
did
we
great.
aren't safe yet. So let's get to the station to get the last train out of town.
Do you think Alex was
When
also the
train
one
is called,
failing
we
to
have
get the
stay
grenades?
alive for its arrival, which is easier said than done.
Oh,
when
God.
The whole of the far west wants you dead.
Yeah.
We made it out alive. Well,
Not
some
Alex.
of us, which means we get to keep the resources we found along the way. These will allow us to upgrade our characters even more and be stronger for the next bounty. This was just one simple game of Far Far West. There are multiple bosses, maps, objectives, weapons, spells, upgrades,
Alex,
and cosmetics.
I was
all
not talking
unlockable
about
through
you.
Play. You can play the playtest with your friends right now.
Or maybe I was, who knows? If you guys want to play right now.
As a parent, you've got one job. Protect your family.
This game is looking sick. This game looks so sick.
You do it, or die trying. But even if you kick the bucket, you don't stay dead for long.
You reminded me of that this morning. My father, he looked on by. He passed
So this game, cock! There's a story, and depending on how many times you die, the time actually passes. So you have to save your daughter. And if you die too many times, she might be dead or old. Smash. There is racing too? Gosh, forgot that part. Fixes were leveling. Goodbye, daughter.
First up, we saw X Killer. That's coming from Paradox Studio.
Yep.
It's kind of, I mean, the vibes look great to me. It was reminding me a little bit, you disagreed, but like a cyberpunk in the wild.
No, I just see it. I just see it.
And the animation work was crazy good. Like the world
I
building.
think I saw
I think the way
Fallout
it's described is a post-apocalyptic Western-style FPS with a bounty hunter vibe. And so we even saw in the trailer they were picking up bounties. It kind of reminds me of Fallout as well.
Yeah, a little bit of Fallout in there.
So I think it looks like a lot of fun. That could be a new kind of like staple in those types of games, to me at least.
No, a different Paradox.
Fantastic. Like,
Not the Paradox you're thinking about.
It's coming from such a small
Sci-fi cowboy, I'm in.
Yeah, done.
I think we're done with the cowboy segment, though.
Then we had Far Far West coming from Evil Raptor, Western-themed action shooter project.
It's
the way
this,
I've been
guys.
describing it, to be honest with you, is Western Sea of Thieves. There's a lot of depth there. It looks like I mean, that's not a bad comparison. Sea of Thieves was very fun to me.
What if Sea of Thieves but cowboys, basically?
Well, it's that, but also with specific
I played a lot of Sea of
hunts
Thieves.
and like bounties were
I
going
stopped
out
playing
doing
Sea of
boss
Thieves
fights
when
with
it
each
went
other.
to Steam.
It seems very teamwork based too. Like you saw a clip
'Cause I feel
there
like
where they
a
were
lot
fighting
of
the boss on the
hackers
ground
started
and one
taking
of
the
them was
game.
up top and your teammate threw the dynamite.
It could have
dynamite
gotten
up,
better.
Caught it, planted it.
It probably did.
Third on this list, another Western. This game is pretty mind-blowing. I think we're all on the same page for that.
The art
was
style is
Erosion.
divine.
I could see this one being like.
This is gonna be a big one.
Yeah, a big one.
Well, like the most compelling aspect of it to me is the time passing affecting not just the world that you're exploring, but also like, literally your daughter. She grows older every death that happens.
I think it's
a decade goes past.
So the worse you are at the game.
If you die 20 times, like she's not gonna be there when you get there.
I could add
You're
more.
gonna be talking to a gravestone, but it's just a very captivating art style, like you
It's also
mentioned.
open world.
Open world roguelike. Yes.
We're gonna have people that are gonna want to go deathless runs of this.
Hellboy,
I hope that maybe
Taboo.
there's a glimpse of hope of like if you have a deathless run or maybe a one
That's
death
like
run.
the true ending or something.
There's a happy ending, but I imagine that most other endings are not gonna be so happy.
Should I
or
have a
at least
fight
bit
with my
sadder.
twin? See who wins?
It looks really good.
We're gonna see a lot from that.
I think
game.
I would win.
For sure.
Division,
Next
Alpha
up, we have a
Response,
very
Last Man
exciting
Stand, Sand
section
Raider.
For people who like competitive games, shooter games, we have an awesome interview that Jake did with the executive producer of the Division franchise. We
I'm
also
more
have
like,
Alpha Response, a game coming from the original
RPG person?
creator of Counter-Strike, Min Lee, or Gooseman, whatever you know him as. Last Man Sitting from Pixel Pizza, and Sand Raiders of Sophie by Polygriff.
I would win because I pre-watch, yep.
If you imagine a real world location, the most important city in the United States, Washington, D.C., completely
I'll be honest
ravaged
with you,
by
Shauna.
a pandemic and struck by the strongest, worst blizzard of
I
all
prefer
time.
RPG
And
games.
you are going to have to survive.
And I don't mind if
the most
RPG games have
valuable
shooter
resources.
things, but
And of
you know.
course, that leads us to survivors.
But again,
So
this
what do
show
we
I
do?
made with
Like,
other friends,
we can't rest on
and
our
they
laurels,
like shooter
our
games.
10-year-old laurels from survival.
I prefer RPG as
so
well.
we're reimagining it. We're bringing
Who would have thought?
this snowstorm, this weather change to Washington D.C.
Yeah.
And that's something that you've never seen in Washington D.C. We're going to transform the.
But for
entire
example, I
world.
love the
We're
Stalker
thinking
because it
about
had a lot
in
of RPG
very
elements.
different way with innovations that haven't been seen yet. There's a focus on this to make it such
You thought
a
I liked
different
sport
feeling
games?
experience from the core Division 2 experience. I think we've got something super promising here. Survivors is developed with Magnus Jensen, who is the original Division 1 creative director. So this is a guy who lives and breathes the Division. He's
biggest FIFA fan.
He's so excited about jumping into.
I don't think
this type of
FIFA
game
exists
mode again.
anymore.
And there is a hint in the title of something that we're going to be doing really differently.
I played
from
FIFA
everybody
once
else. We
because I
always
lost a bet.
develop with a player in mind, with player types in mind. And I think here we have to acknowledge that
That's it.
The Division 2 has a large player base of passionate gamers.
Yeah, your mom
And
is
one
my
of the
favorite
things
game.
that we want to do is really lean into the sort of comfort game.
I don't
of
even
the
remember
Division 2.
playing it
People are
twice.
happy to jump in, know their way around it.
Did I
The
lose a bet
controller know
twice?
their
It
way
was
around the
awesome.
map. They know how to play this game. So we're gonna take that.
To be fair, it was
and
fun.
subvert it a little bit.
It was
and
fun.
change the map and make sure that the weather has an impact on you, which it doesn't have in Division 2. So there are lots of little things that we're doing to surprise our core audience. Veteran
I'm
players,
sad.
they're going to be surprised.
I'm biased, but
All
I
of
would say
these
the RPG
locations
games.
that they know by
They were all
heart,
great so far.
They're going to be transformed. So the Division 3 is in production, right? This is not a secret. It's been announced. It's shaping up to be a monster. I can't really say anything more than that, but this is within these walls in Massive. We are working extremely hard on something that I think will be as big an impact as Division 1.
I did scream a lot during FIFA.
Working on
I like
this,
screaming,
and
go!
They're putting the final touches on a mobile execution of the promise of Division 1. So, Division 1, New York, pandemic strikes.
I only did
take back
Division
New York.
in
This
school,
is
you
a
know?
brand new story.
Like
with mechanics that are
math
really
class?
fine-tuned to a mobile phone. Graphically, this looks like a PS5.
It's true.
You may have seen the adverts for it. It looks.
I did a lot of Division
really,
there.
Really good. It plays really good, and it has a few.
Divide by
innovations.
Zero?
You know the Dark Zone. This area of atypical PvP. It was an area where, much like other games today, popular games today, you could walk around, you could hear gunshots, go over there, there'd be another agent. You'd approach cautiously, feel each other out, and decide whether to partner or to actually engage in PvP.
Hello.
The whole of the Resurgence map
Did I lose
is
a hat?
friendly to other agents. So you'll hear gunshots on a corner. You won't need to be in the Dark Zone. It could be anywhere, and you can group with those people. So PvP is off by default, but being able to group up and to
I
see
think
other agents in
when
the
I
streets,
shoot somebody in
that's
the
never
head,
been done in a
they
Division
have
game
to
before,
die.
let alone a mobile game.
And their heads have to explode, kind of like a watermelon exploding. That's when I find it satisfying. If I shoot somebody in the head and they don't die, I'm sad. I'm sad. Going on. Yeah. I'm not even saying it for realistic because I actually don't think human heads would explode like watermelons do. But I do like how watermelons explode. Maspinta, thank you so much for the 10 months to support your blackjack and hookers from a bunny. Thank you, high five. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Ta-ta-ta! Ta-ta-ta! Ba-ba-ba! 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 Guys, you know what's my favorite shooter game? Can you guys guess? Cyberpunk! Cyberpunk is my favorite shooter game. Doom, I also like Doom a lot. But Cyberpunk is my favorite shooter game. That counts, right? Dukov is a good one. I like Dukov a lot. Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, that's my favorite shooter game because I got to shoot you. I can't believe you said that my favorite shooter game was Final Fantasy Tactics. What the fuck? Yeah, Mass Effect is also a great shooter game. Oh, okay. This game is really funny. So you're in computer chairs shooting your teammates, and you can upgrade your chairs. It's kind of like a chair versus chair game. So yeah, it's just a normal day at the office. Yeah. Yeah, so it's literally chairs, and then you strap stuff. You can upgrade to get some guns. You can use some.
Is a game where you blast through the environment mounted on an office chair.
I don't know why.
So you're always on an office chair, and you also have a freaking gun. So movement-wise, it sort of feels a bit like you're skating, but it's also most definitely a shooter.
And you guys also described the game as a battle royale. So is it lean BR? Is it more shooter? Is it a mix of both? How's that go?
So many years ago, there are early like prototypes of the game. It was a battle royale game. And it sort of went viral and got like a lot of followings based on some short videos.
There is another chair game that I know about.
Developed the game more, we found that we wanted to gravitate away from that a bit. So we saw some limitations with the battle royale gameplay. Eventually, the game became more like more of a 4-player chaotic PvP shooter, more like a shooter version of Super Smash Brothers, which is like one of our favorite games at the office. There's like a different
so
maps.
it's kind of like Super Smash Brothers on chairs.
We worked on the
office
PvP mode. We also made a PvE mode, which is more like maybe best compared to Swarm survival games.
Broom wielding
so
chair.
It's more like a lightly narrated story where you go up against your manager. And you like go up in the floors of an office building. You have to survive for a certain amount of time. There's more and more.
They're just gonna shoot your manager.
More numerous and more ridiculous as time goes by. There's mini bosses. There's main bosses, and you level up. You get power ups. And this is where like you can get even more power ups when playing the PvE game mode. So that's when it gets really ridiculous.
Okay.
And you can unlock, of course, new weapons, new characters, new abilities. You can upgrade your chair. So you can
that was one of my questions. So
we looked a lot at this like early 2000s aesthetic.
You can upgrade your
really
chair.
Cool. Especially like when we started designing the user interface, we felt like, you know, what if the whole user interface just felt like Windows Millennium Edition or Windows XP, and you have that those little square windows, and you have the font that we all remember. So eventually the game sort of became more of this like 2000s nostalgia type game. We also have a lot of
like funny games,
like Counter-Strike players at the office.
I find
that's definitely something that
if you
I
are
think
going
has
to
had
play like how do they call those games that you play with friends? Multiplayer slop? I feel like they're better when they're funny.
Windows XP computer. That's sort of the feeling that we want the game to have.
You know? Yeah, it's called Friend Swap. Oh, tanks! Yeah, if I remember correctly, you build your base on legs, and then you can attack your friend's bases. I don't think it's really a tank, it's more like a spider desert. So it's kind of like a base building, but you build your base to shoot other people. Kind of like Dune. Baba Yaga goes Mac. That's a really good way to put it. Sand. Don't like sand. I think that's, you know, Rove.
I say first up, we're going to talk about the Division interview. Of course, we weren't able to
Sea
get
of
a
Thieves without the
ton of
sea?
new information, but they are working
Yeah,
on
I
a
can
lot
see
of different projects right now.
I don't know if I've ever talked to anyone else who has 26 years at a single company in gaming. So talking to him, he was, I was doing a bit of glazing because everything he said felt like a storytelling experience. And so we're talking about Survivors, and this is the kind of redone version of Division 1's original Survival. And so it's a snowstorm impacted, weather hit Washington D.C. and it's what he kind of also alluded to as like one of the original extraction shooter-esque like games. But yeah, you have to fight for survival out and weather the elements. He says it's really shaping up. And also original players of Survival are going to experience, he couldn't tell me everything, but they're going to get to experience, you know, remastered things and things that are updated from the original that they did want, but he couldn't tell me too much as to what it was besides that it's really shaping up and it's really interesting. And both new coming players, you don't have to play Division or Division 2 to stumble across this and love it just as much.
It's not
I think with the
holes.
success, obviously, of games like Arc Raiders right now,
It's
you even
green.
mentioned that. It's an interesting conversation around, do you try to chase those things and copy stuff, or not even copy, but take inspiration from it, or are you having to come up with your own ideas that you've been working on for 10 years or however long? It's just interesting how they've been working on this for a long time, and now there's a mega popular game in the same exact vein.
Yeah, and he said it a lot more eloquently than I can ever represent it as, but you know, he realizes it's probably a mix of things. Like a lot of other games are doing extraction shooters with certain things here, but they've also had an image of where they want to be and where they want to go for quite some time now, and now they're finally getting to breathe that into existence slowly.
They also talked a little bit about Division 3, which, when I say a little bit, I mean like a little bit.
He gave me a quote. He gave me a quote. He gave me a quote. Julian
Yeah,
said,
they're
Julian
very
said-
excited
Julian said
for
this. He said,
shooting people.
It's shaping up to be a monster. And I said, I'm going to clip that, Julian. Thank you very much.
I would say a highly anticipated game that they can't share a lot about, but we were excited just to hear that it's a monster as much
You
as
can
people love these other
clearly
games.
tell the
Next up,
people
we had
who are
Alpha
excited
Response,
for
coming
each
from
game.
Min Lee.
For anyone who doesn't know Min Lee, the original creator of Counter-Strike, I love this guy. We've had the chance to meet him
Can you
on a couple
believe
occasions,
that?
also sit down and talk with him. He went to his first Counter-Strike major this past year. It was an incredibly rare experience to see like such a notorious dev get to see what his game has truly become, and he was there since the very beginning.
Yeah, okay, I'm
and
just
then
not
to see,
saying
like, an
anything.
esport develop out of it was
Right,
just crazy.
I
Not
said
to go
a lot
too much
of
a
things
tangent, but he still has that
during the
shooter
RPG
DNA
part.
in him, and so this is kind of a mission-based shooter, might you, and you also play as law enforcement, but the goal is to complete a series of missions. And yeah, it definitely remains true to the whole shooter Gooseman DNA.
It looks like Counter-Strike meets Payday, but you're the good guy.
Payday in
Then,
Portuguese
speaking
means
of
I
Counter-Strike,
farted.
we
If you
talked to a
literally
guy
just
who
say
was highly
payday,
inspired by
and you
Counter-Strike,
tell
which
this
is
to
so
a
cool
person
me
in
to have
Portuguese,
the
they'll think
showcase.
you
So, like,
farted.
We have the OG who made this game, then we have a guy who's inspired by that guy. This was Last Man City.
I'm not joking. It's literally how you say it.
I love it.
If you ever say
It feels like a
payday,
mixture
that
of
means I
like a
farted.
Tony Hawk's Skater Pro, but replace
chair!
the skates with chairs, and then
And give them all weapons.
and give them some guns. Why not?
The clips are going to be insane.
Yeah.
You're going to see some wild stuff come out of this game. The things people are going to be doing.
And they're still working on a lot when it comes to PvP versus PvE, but at the core base of it, they want it to be PvP based. It's going to be a round-based
Hey,
game,
means
and so I
penis?
believe 4 players, so super
God.
competitive lobbies. But I think you can
It's also a chaotic shoot.
very chaotic, and it progresses round by round. So their unique feature in competitive balancing is it's the first player to win 5 rounds. But if you lose a round, you get a power.
Somebody on
So you
YouTube
get an
shot
ability,
saying that the
and that is their
girl
way
is
to
just
balance
trying to
even
look
the
like
odds.
me.
Yeah.
You can even upgrade your chair.
Yeah, so by the end, which you can, and by the end, it's going to be pretty hectic because, of course, if everyone's taking their turns and winning 3 rounds, 4 rounds, whatever, by the end, you're all going to be super OP. And so the ultimate goal is to win that
Sure.
5th round. You're going to have to beat some pretty high-powered people.
My favorite part
Yeah,
of the interview is
it's a
hearing
good
him say,
cosplay.
you know, we're inspired by Counter-Strike, Super Smash Bros, the Call of Duty era. He just wanted to see people 360 no-scope others and like made a game out
In
of
an
it.
office chair.
God.
And if you see the trailer, you'll see the agents or the characters, and you'll be
Do
like,
you
oh, that
think
looks
you
like
have to
Counter-Strike, and
hate
he'll
your
say,
boss
yeah,
a
that was
lot
kind of-
to
we're all
make
big
to end up
fans.
making a
He grew
game
up
that
on
you
the
just
quick
shoot?
scope montages,
Your
360
manager and
trick
your boss
shots.
in
Well,
an
I love the
office
idea
chair?
of like they're sitting brainstorming the game, and he's like, I want to make a shooter, but what's our unique spin on it?
Wait a second.
Guys, get in here.
I have an idea.
Later, don't worry. We screamed a lot at each other.
It'll make sense.
Then finally, in that section, we had Sand Raiders of Sophie. The
Oh, yeah,
developer is Polygriff as well as Tower House, but the publisher is Tiny Build, who we're all very familiar with. This is a co-op
one
action
was with
adventure.
the,
You're in a desert world. Honestly, it reminded me of another. I don't remember it.
Baba
They're like
Yaga.
sailing in the desert in some other game, but this. My
Wh-
favorite part
what was
about
the
this
sentence
is that you could see them building your ship. That you're then like traversing the
Return
desert.
of the
and
Steam
fighting.
Page
building.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of reminded me of Sea of Thieves meets Base Builder.
Rust.
Where you're like, yeah, you're building your own
Rust.
ship.
Without the water.
It's very cool.
Rust on legs.
There's also
Yes,
normal
Baba
normal
Yaga goes
gunplay
Mecca.
too as well though, which I found at first.
Yeah,
I was
that
like, oh,
looked-
looks cool,
that-
but then I
that-
saw there were like normal guns too. So.
I like it's a new concept. I feel like where they were probably, I have to assume, fans of Rust or fans of different
course
types of
the French
games.
started
like,
it.
okay, what if we make a moving base in the desert and then you can explode people's bases or.
Yeah,
I'm
the
curious, we didn't
cosplay
see the
is so
trailer. I'm
good. She
curious
even
if you
got
can
my
raid other
accent
people's
down.
bases.
Pretty sure you.
That'd be the coolest part. If you
Pretty
raid their
like jump
base.
off of yours.
Pretty
on
sure you
Baba
can take
Mecca?
other people's bases. I'm pretty sure.
Next.
Next up, we have a section that a couple of us are definitely going to be very excited about. This is the 25th year that
Look at me
Jagex
and
has
Luke.
been
Me and Luke are just
RuneScape
like-
at this point, which is extremely impressive. I know Jake and I have been playing it our entire lives. We've got old school RuneScape, we've got RuneScape 3, and we have Dragon Wilds.
The Trinity.
Right, so 3 games, massive games
Me and
that
Luke
have been
were
around
just-
for a long time. A lot of people have heard of.
I think we should just give the room to Jake. We
I
just,
love
like,
it.
We're
This is my-
sitting.
real quick.
This is my favorite part for all you RuneScape fans.
When we all arrived here, the first thing I saw was Jake on his laptop and RuneScape was pulled up next to Twitter.
Sometimes you
It's
gotta do what you
actually
gotta
the
do.
truth.
You see
Dedication.
how Hunter has like a side monitor just
He does this.
Really?
He has a side monitor on his laptop
These
to
guys
play
are
RuneScape.
real
level?
fans, though.
Yeah.
I'm north of 1800 now.
I'm over 2100.
I knew
so
that's why
They
I didn't
like
answer
it.
because I knew you were gonna lead into it. Anyway, Jagex has given us a variety of exclusives across all 3 games. We're super happy to talk about it.
They've done a lot of very impressive
Guys, I
things over
never
the past
played
year, I would
RuneScape in
say.
my
They
life.
did Barlamore with Jake's favorite, the Gemstone Crab, just AFK there. It's awesome. Has the Delve with Doom. They have what the
Gridmaster.
Have you guys
the
ever played
Gridmaster this year, which is
RuneScape?
super fun. I played that one. They also added
Yes.
sailing most recently, which is the first new skill ever in old school RuneScape.
I'm
Had
okay.
a lot of back and forth. My favorite part about it is the fact that they
Seagulls!
listened to the community a lot. With the
How
release
old
of it.
is this
The
game?
exclusive they
I-
gave us was this new logo reveal for the next league season.
How old is RuneScape? 50 years? Dang.
So that was League 6 Demonic Packs. We don't
You
know much
have
more
a
past that. Obviously,
2,200
Leagues is a lot of fun and
level?
probably the most engaging time periods of RuneScape.
What's
I think
the
you see
max
player peaks
level?
every time. So I imagine a lot of those WoW players are going to come back and be a part of that.
What's the max
Outside of
level
that,
in this game?
RuneScape 3 was also in the news a lot this year.
For a variety of reasons. One of the biggest ones being they've removed the biggest monetization methods they had in the game, which was widely talked about and has been for probably next to a decade. You know, obviously in the MMO genre, you have to make money to sustain such big games and big servers for a reason and to keep these updates coming. They're not small teams. And so it was that community battle of like, we need monetization, but at what point is it too much monetization?
2,230?
And they finally reached that breaking point.
I think we also have some
So
reveals
many
of
levels.
some of the areas they're revamping, which is very cool. They're trying to declutter the entire world because right now the game, if you, as an old school player, log on,
So far, no
you're
dragon
probably like,
sex.
what is going on?
Yeah,
Most of the time. So that's very cool. They also gave us the image of their anniversary cape, which looks fire.
Isn't that beautiful? And I actually have one behind me.
This is Jake's Avengers Endgame.
Oh, man.
And then finally, we also had Dragon Wilds, which is a game that we are very excited about.
Another
too.
incredible
I mean,
game.
we are.
I think he had
big
to swap
fans
his
of,
pants after
of
this.
Those types of games. Valheim, we spent a ton of time on. So when RuneScape announced
No,
this,
no, I don't think
we were
I
super
say-
stoked personally and played it. They're in early access, but they talk a lot about their their 1.0 release and everything that's coming.
For those unaware, Dragon Wilds is the survival game inspired by RuneScape. And so being a big survival game guy and my love for RuneScape, it was kind of the mixing of both worlds. So Dragon Wilds was always gonna be a big thing for me. And as you said, it is early access, still developing. They are aiming for that full release though. It's still a great game and getting better and better.
If you like games like Valheim or Enshrouded, I would say this is the kind of game you would like to play, because it's just like that. You can spend a ton of time building your house and making it better and better. And then they're also adding iconic RuneScape things. Again, we talked about that with like the cube. It's cool to see
I feel like that's too many levels to have. 2,300?
Yeah. They already have released their roadmap, but we have a lot of cool stuff that is
See, look, say the one word.
New
2
skills
words,
come out
fresh,
each time.
fresh
So
twist.
fishing, prayer, agility. You're gonna get mithril armor.
That's the
rune armor
contribution
coming out.
from our
There's
couch.
3 new regions next year. Coming with the 1.0 update like over time. And then we got the first look at Dowden Reach, which is their next region. You're gonna recognize these Black Knights, which look a lot scarier.
our many video games, guys.
He's not gonna make it
from RuneScape.
That means
this is the Black
hardcore,
Knights
right?
Fortress. It looks absolutely incredible.
Incredible.
I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Right.
I don't know if I'm gonna continue after this segment.
You guys have heard me and Jake talk way too much about this. We also have a message from a couple of creators that you might recognize from the RuneScape.
Went in there while they were working on the show
just
stuff.
turned 25 years
They
old.
were playing the game.
And the recent year has actually been incredible. And what is to come over the course of 2026 and beyond is something that, as a player myself of RuneScape for 23 years, I am so excited. I mean, I think the game right now, old school RuneScape, is in the best place it's ever been. But Jagex as a company is turning into potentially being the best they have ever actually been. In 2025, over old school RuneScape, we didn't just have many different pieces of content, such as Sailing, Warhammer, Royal Titans, a duo boss that came to the game. We actually also hit an all-time high player count since the game actually released over a decade ago. That is crazy. It's absolutely incredible. But that is not the end.
Who is that man in the background?
And the things that are coming in 2026 are going to
fuck?
be crazy. We
Oh
have
my God,
the
the
Blood
fat
Moon
frog!
Rises. We're getting more info at the Winter Summit. The finale, potentially, of the Mauritania
I love
questline.
his fat frog.
The thing that I am the second most excited for, behind Raids 4. Now, Raids 4, I know nothing about right now, so I can't really say much, but that is the thing I am the most excited for and have been the most excited for years to come, as of right now. And if that is not everything, we have League 6. And I know one thing about League 6, and that is League 6, demonic pacts. All I can say, that's all I know right now. But League 6 will be coming most likely in Q4 of 2026. Can't fact check that, I do not know. But that means League 6 may contain Blood Moon Rises and Raids 4 inside of whatever League 6 is going to be, and that is going to be incredible. As for RuneScape 3,
Yes,
I'm not
there's
a
a
huge
webpage in
player
Steam.
or ambassador of RuneScape 3. I am more on the old school side, but there is a massive update that occurred earlier on that I was able to get behind, and so did all of the old school RuneScape community and basically anybody inside the community. And that was the removal of a microtransaction called Treasure Hunter. And finally, RuneScape Dragon Wilds. I played it when it first came out with Ashenvale, I believe it was called. And then the most recent expansion, Fell Hollow, I recently have played that one as well, and I have completed it. And Dragon Wilds is a game where it's not even fully released. But when I say that, 2026, Dragon Wilds will be fully released to everybody, completely done. But you can play it now. You will only just get the first 2 expansions. And the first 2 expansions as a standalone game is incredible. I cannot wait to see the expansion to the entire thing when we get the entire world, the entire universe of what's going on there. So far, the gameplay is incredible. Whoever's working behind that team, honestly, I feel Dragon Wilds, when it's released later this year, I don't know when, again, it's going to be a masterpiece when it's fully done. When you can start a new character, go through Ashenvale, go through Fell Hollow, and then go through the next 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, whatever level of different realms there's going to be. But you can still play it now, early, and you can play the expansions as they release. Right now we have Ashenvale, we have Fell Hollow, and we will be getting another expansion.
What are those trophies in the background?
2026, and that will be the release of the Mithril, and I think the Fishing Skill. Honestly, Jagex, 25-year anniversary, the game, the company, everything.
25 years.
Good, and I'm very, very excited for the future.
And if you guys haven't yet, make sure to go play RuneScape, one of the greatest games of all time.
He keeps saying that. No, it was Guys,
Next up,
it
we have
was
a group
not
of 4
sponsored.
games,
Those
that being
guys
Dark Light
love that
Survivor
game.
coming from Mirai
Those guys
Co.,
were playing that
Tape
game
101 coming from
non-stop since I got
Cerversa,
there.
And Unawake
There was
from
no
Reality. Art
sponsorships
Studio,
in this
Nested
show.
Lands from 1M Bits.
They just really love it. They're just in deep. God. RuneScape bad fans are built differently. Yep. I don't think I said anything. It's okay. I think it's 25. Oh, you, Cookie Monster, you're playing RuneScape for 23 years? That's shocking. Oh, this game is cool. So you can play it in up, top, down like this, but you can also go in first person. Like you can actually zoom in and see like things like from the eyes of your character. It's actually really cool. How many too much work to scroll to press one button? He was an old school, but then he quit? I see. Yeah. It even looks like a different game, like from different perspectives. Oh, too much work to implement it, yeah.
Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead.
You smell like shite.
The Witcher 4? I don't think so. So you can kind of like build a village, and then you also need to protect your village. And you can have like the people work for you, but you can also go and hunt for yourself. Something like this. Yeah, this could be the Witcher 3 DLC. Yeah, dang.
Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead.
Yep. No, it's not a Witcher 3 DLC. But it could be. Oh, this is a horror game. Yeah, no, this game is kind of creepy as fuck. Yeah. Spooky. Spooky. Spooky.
For eternity, I struggled to become an aspect of courage, freedom, and honor. So much for the glory of angels.
Let it in. Let it burn your flesh. Let it burn your soul.
It does have the vibes of Diablo. You're right. The only thing though, I don't think anybody holds their weapon like up to their face though. But if you think about that, most games in first person, they will not make sense. You do, Adri? It does remind me of Hexen and Heretic, Asteroid. Unawake. Yeah, I know it's a narrative
Survivor. Maybe one of the games we've seen that kind of blew our mind a little bit. You had top down, you had third person, and something else.
Unawake.
Oh, the instantaneous switch, of course, between top down and third person, but then the pixel art, being able to instantaneously
adapt to.
Yeah,
that's
it's
insane.
really sick.
Yeah, combining both those features, because you said it and I was like, wait, is that what it's doing? I had to.
Yeah, you can.
Thank you, Konzo. You're great.
That's such a crazy.
My understanding.
Such a
You're
crazy
great.
feature.
So it's a game like a roguelike game.
Yeah.
And a little bit kind of like Vampire Survivors in the style of Megabunk. So you can either have the top-down view, first-person view, whatever you prefer, and you swap all the time. Sick.
I think it's interesting to think about the strategy element of that probably that comes into play, like when you're fighting certain things.
Yeah, maybe some
Maybe if
bosses
you're
it's
seeing a
useful.
boss,
Because
that
on
way.
the surface, it seems like it's just like it's a
Two
personal
of me,
preference thing,
Megabunk.
but it might actually have its
Megabunk
place
is a
in like
fun
the
name.
gameplay loop. Like
Yeah.
if you're in a certain situation, I should go top down.
Or maybe
real quick.
depending the skill that you use.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you may think that it's just like a gimmick for a different viewpoint or filter or whatever, but the idea that you could use it tactically as a gameplay mechanic too is really cool.
Aiming for early access in late Q1 of 2026. They already have a demo out that a lot of people have played, and
Yeah, I
we've
have a
said
few
this a lot of
twins.
times. One of my favorite parts about these devs already is that they have listened to their players who have played
Aw.
the demo. They made it a point to tell us, like, we've made
Well,
6
for-
patches in the demo based on player feedback, and I think that's
Which is
super
me.
important, especially for a game that looks as good as this, because it can be a lot of fun. You know, roguelike survival with mechanics we've never seen before, as far as I'm aware.
I'm the
So
evil one.
Should be fun. Next up, we had Tape 101, a game that's probably too scary for Jake to play. If I had to,
I had to literally cradle him while we were
Apparently
watching.
that game does not have
All
jump
these
scares.
things are true. Yeah, you guys know me so well.
what I appreciated about it is it's not a jump scare game.
Yeah, they've
Yeah.
stressed they don't want to do jump scares. It's specifically psychological.
She does kind of look like I guess she's
mind-melty,
cosplaying as me.
unnerving horror.
You will not have jump scares, but you will have nightmares.
You know the thing is, that sounds like something that a developer of a game that has jump scares in it would say.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Rob
there's
is
no
not
jump
buying
scares.
it.
Yeah, there's
You said they sound
Rob
like
is just not buying it. He's like, they're lying to
I feel like
us.
we just have trust issues because of unresolved problems.
You're 20 hours in, and that's when you're gonna finally see the jump scare, and it's gonna be one big gotcha.
Honestly, I would kind of respect them.
That would be awesome. I was definitely unnerved by just the music, whatever's going on in the background. They did a great job.
But there's
Psychological
cool,
horror
little
terrifies
twists in
me,
the
though.
background
It
too,
kind of
right?
feels at times that you're also hallucinating because of like the camera.
Oh, I hate.
Well, it's
angle.
like video camera, and
Yeah.
you were in an RC car during certain points, like exploring it.
I think
We had
you're a
nested
Roomba,
lands,
right?
As well. It's a village in survival, like village management in
So it's
survival.
kind of like a
kind of
horror
where
game that
obviously very
sometimes you're a
medieval,
Roomba.
A lot of, I mean, what was the last shot? Like throwing bodies on a fire?
Yeah. Bring out your dad. I will say, I love management games. I love management games and sim games, village management sim
does.
games. Like this is right up my alley.
This feels like Manor Lords meets survival. So it has a different
It does.
viewpoint, and you got to take care of not just yourself, but everyone around you.
If you don't, your entire village is just gonna be
Yeah, they even show you the burning
Burn up.
bodies. Like, yeah, sorry, you lost
Yeah.
some of your peeps.
Yep.
Better make
Done.
better decisions.
What I liked was seeing the
I
blend
don't
of,
think I
like,
could play a
obviously
VR
you're playing
horror
as
game.
this person, and you have
Are you
you
crazy?
have to survive. And he was like
Imagine
hunting stuff
Alien
and,
Isolation
like
in
that, but
VR.
I imagine you're also
I think
recruiting
I would
people
die.
for your settlement as like the king, and then you have to like choose who to recruit and,
they show
build
grown
out a
out.
village.
Initially, it may start with you doing the micromanagement, but you eventually can assign villagers to go do the forage, go
kind of like
hunting.
in Power World, how your pals become
Exactly.
your workers without
No.
wage.
Exactly. Yeah.
Then finally we had Unawake, a game, a first-person
Yeah,
action
no,
game,
thank you.
mixed kind of a little bit of fantasy. You're battling hordes with melee, ranged weapons. It's hack and slash.
I think it's just the
roguelike.
mic.
Looks like kind of like a Doom Skyrim to me.
I mean, honestly,
like that.
art
VR
direction
horror is amazing.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, those environments,
Yeah.
you see them, and it's just.
It's very pretty.
No, but something about it, I don't even know if I have a comparison. For some reason in the back of my mind, this probably won't make it. Mordor-esque, like, it just looked really good.
Yeah, Mordor.
Very dark version of Mordor, but
The atmosphere.
Playing Alien Isolation normally got my BPM to 206.
Some notes they gave us: expected to
If
launch
I was
early
playing
access
Alien
late 2026,
Isolation in VR, I
as
would
well.
just die.
They are designing
literally
the game
just
to be
drop dead.
moddable after release, which I think is really cool. People who like Path of Exile, they specifically called out it's a central skill and stat tree that is similar to Path of Exile, but more approachable. So, it's not going to break
expect a skill forest instead of a skill tree.
Skill force, lots of complexity, lots of interlocking skills, layers of progression.
So I think a lot of it's going to
Skill
be a
forest.
game for people who really like their builds of things and like, okay, how can I specialize in this?
oh, dude, I'm doing this all day. Just
Anyway, so when you say that the Alien Isolation VR was awful, that means that it was good at scaring you?
And then the double sword grab they were doing.
Skill
And the fact it's
Metropolis?
moddable, I would love to see the direction that goes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, there's so much potential. You could have modders come in, do additional levels, boss fights, romance. Unironically, you could add that if you want it. Like,
No,
lots
we're
of-
using
think
labs.
The
It's
world
just
is too
hidden.
dark for that stuff.
Well, with that attitude, yeah. But maybe with romance, it
Love
wouldn't
can
be so dark.
Love can exist anywhere.
A mod could brighten
They started making fun of me because I asked if there was romance in every game.
Next up, we have a very exciting segment where we actually got to sit down with the executive producer over all of the Warhammer 40K series, as I understand it, Anatoly Shestov.
I did this interview.
By enemies from within. By enemies from without. By enemies from beyond.
Imagine you're playing inside Warhammer universe by the guys who can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge of bad things to make Imperium stand for one more day before grumbling to dust. That's basically how I would describe it. Just imagine the true Warhammerish stories where no choices are good.
It's true.
But you don't have an option to go away.
Yeah, this is also
you
okay.
need to get your hands dirty. And it's just a matter of how precisely you will achieve this. One of the most significant changes that any player would experience compared to the Rogue Trader would be more stakes, more value in a surrounding, in any environment that you're playing with. The covers, the line of sights, we redo how they are calculated, how they are working, and how much benefit they providing to the party. So it's basically would be more playing around the environment. We abandoned the step-up mechanics, so if you're ending your turn behind some wall, you are behind some wall. There won't be one circle around you that allows you to step up of this cover and to shoot.
He
at
likes
anything.
suffering.
If you, so the place where you start your turn, the place where you're ending your turn would be more significant. Other thing is role-playing model. There are way more roles being made inside the combat. Lots of the things making you roll something, lots of the things make your opponents roll something, so it's not just your weapon skill or ballistic skill, it's way more significant influence of the role-playing choices that you've made previously. Almost all of the combats in the game will have alternative ways to finish them, not just killing all of your enemies. We are allowing player to target specific parts of the body of the enemies, and by doing this we're allowing to make your opponent lose an option to move or lose an option to use abilities. There are different ways how you can tactically approach your desire, your design of how to proceed with the combat.
It was lovely to talk with him.
There's a whole new subsystem that came on a change of the momentum This is a morale system. Momentum was a party-based, and you spend it to activate some heroic moments of your companions. For the Dark Heresy, we feel it need to be more intimate, more personal, and not just for your party. We are not just telling a story through the environment or the words of in a dialogue. No, we're actually making a
I definitely ask about romance.
Actually making the culprits. We're actually collecting and interpreting evidence and discussing them with your retinue and analyzing them and making conclusions. There are some other mighty forces inside the scintilla because
sounds like heresy.
You're not playing in a vacuum,
you're heretic,
and you need to struggle for power. But most of the time, you are playing as a person in charge, as a person that have authority, and the person who needs
I'm
to
sure
make
there's
hard
going to be a link to the full
One of
interview.
The most significant
And I
ways
can
of
also
the
tell you guys
influence of
some
the
things.
story for Dark Heresy would be your decision of which case is more important. For example, there is a under Spire slums, and this is a toxic waste, and the level of the toxic sea is growing. And if you're going there as a first place, there will be toxic waste somewhere nearby, and there will be people getting ready to be consumed by the toxic waste. But if you are going there late stage, there will be actual toxic sea, and you will be playing around, and there will be changes in the geometry, and changes in the combat encounters of how they are playing, changes in the narrative behind this, and
yes, it's a
changing
CRPG.
based on the timings, how you decided, how you approach this.
To venture forth into
Talking with him, you know when you talk with some people and then you get really fucking excited? It was like, it was amazing to talk with him. It was like, is there anything you can tell us about like new factions, new notable characters, or iconic Warhammer 40k lore?
There would be Treason, I don't know, most iconic thing that you can potentially name and encounter as a rogue trader, as a Treason. It would be some interesting takes on Astra Militarum. I won't share specifics not to spoil the fun, but it would be there. And there would be some brand new
I don't know who she is.
systems, like augments ones. You will be able to replace some parts of your body with interesting pieces of Imperium technology. There would be some elaboration on a story of the world behind the main road of the Inquisitor Calcasar's shenanigans. Let's say it like this. It would be some interesting dive on a past of the von Valancius dynasty, even further than Theodora. There would be some new takes on how dangerous wildlife can be.
Yes, Rogue Trader.
Other thing that definitely we will provide for the player is some vaults, the Treason vaults, some collections of pretty wild things being gathered by this Necron. Of course, this is a Rogue Trader story, and Rogue Trader is kind of part of his void ship, so there would be some expanding of the void ship, some new places to visit, some old places to revisit. It would be new companion with a whole set
This is a
of
DLC
unique
for
mechanics
Rogue
inside
Trader.
It would be
The previous one was a new game.
General system of augmentations provided to the players. So if you always wanted to replace the limbs of the Heinrichs with some like pretty adamant ones, you will have such an option. Not just Iron Hands from the Biomonsi, but the real Iron Hands. Yes, that's an option. It's the first DLC that allows us to expand the late game parts of the Rogue Trader, and expand it not mechanically, but expand it in a 100% of the different aspects of the game.
Let's first talk about the new DLC for Rogue Trader.
Actually, I'm going to interrupt you. Can you tell people generally, basic basic bitches like Jake, can you explain Warhammer 40K as general? Like what's the playthrough about?
We actually asked Anatoly to describe all of this for people not familiar with Warhammer, and this is how he described it.
Imagine you're playing inside Warhammer universe by the guys who can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge of bad things to make Imperium stand for one more day before grumbling to dust. That's basically how I would describe it.
You know when people ask
companion, and there's also this
bad guys with
companion
worse
has
guys, yeah,
unique
kind of like that.
mechanics, and
It's the word you don't want to live in.
New environments. They're revisiting previous environments and then overhauling them. They're altering and they're changing, not to get too specific, but they're changing things about the late game to extend that roadway. This DLC alone offers 12 to 15 hours of additional content. Like, there's a lot of meat on the bone.
So I'm very happy. I was extremely happy when he said that, yes, this game is going to be fully voice acted. And I'm really excited because it helps people to, you know, have like this.
It's the first Outcast game that's fully voice acted. It's a big
how
deal.
The characters really feel, especially in a
That's
world
really
so
good.
heavy and difficult.
Dark even at times.
Yes.
But to be clear, Dark Heresy is not. It's not like a sequel to Rogue Trader. It's
Yes,
a
it's
separate
really
system.
good.
It works different mechanically. There's different things going on, but my understanding, and speaking with Anatoly, was that it's going to be a very narrative focus. That's the primary concern. Not that Rogue Trader was not a focus, but that's where a lot of the effort is going with the voiced cast throughout the entire thing and many other aspects of it. The narrative is like the central component.
One of the things that I really enjoyed that he mentioned was you can target enemies' specific body parts to sever them during fight.
That was the coolest part that I'd seen.
So it's really nice because if they have like a they're very fast. So you want to target their legs to cripple them and so on. Not only that, but you know how sometimes you get into a very awkward situation where you're crushing the combat, and there is still that one guy that, in spite of all his friends being dead in the battlefield, he's still trying his best. That's not going to be really a thing. Enemies can surrender. They can run away. They're
not gonna be the last guy.
Sometimes maybe even negotiate their way out of this, and it's up to you to decide what happens to them.
Yeah, hearing all those combat options was the coolest thing to hear him talk about. Like, you can render your opponent useless in whatever different limb you want to actually target.
Yep.
You can also make them blind. There's so many different unique features to the combat where even when I was listening to talk about it, I was like, okay, wow, I've never played a game like this, but it sounds really intriguing.
Yeah, and it was just interesting to see Anatoly describe how the team wanted to revisit some of those things that are taken for granted in RPGs, like the concept of just an enemy. Well, you fight until all the enemies are dead, and that's it. But the team went back and was like, that doesn't like necessarily make sense. Like, sometimes the guy would be like, you just blew his head off, you just exploded that guy. I'm covered in John, you know, like, I'm gonna run away now. And that just makes sense.
I love that description he gave. Yeah, I love that one.
It's lovely.
So, question for the group that I want to spin off of this. How do you play these games? Like, okay, now we know this critical system, you can blow their arm off, you can maim them, and they will surrender, maybe.
We know how she's gonna play it.
So the choice, like...
Make it as miserable as possible.
Let me take one arm and then feed him that arm while I take off the other arm. Oh, are you surrendering? I can't hear what you're saying.
Too late!
Yeah.
I think he understands me. There are some things that are really exciting about this game, and I cannot wait to try it. So I hope you guys are as excited as I am for this.
And I can't stress enough, Owlcat Games, they know what they're doing when it comes to CRPGs. Like, they are not to be messed with, they know what they're doing, and I think this is one to keep an eye on for sure.
Next up, a few games I would consider kind of couch co-op
You
games.
guys remember our Towerborn contest?
With people, like at a party or with my family.
The characters you made?
This is going to be Towerborn, coming from Stoic and Xbox
I'm just
Game
a little
Studios.
bloodthirsty.
We have Sprint City from Double Dutch Games. These are the creators of Speedrunner, and Dinch Attack, coming from Undercoders.
It was really fun. It was really fun. I have found memories of the ugly characters you made. For those of you who weren't here,
I would describe this as
the creator of this game is really funny. You can create some crazy characters.
Into the brawler space, as somebody who tends to play a lot of RPGs and MMOs, so I have a lot of brain space and like I want to make really cool builds. A little less so in like how do I actually dodge and get out of things and find my openings. Early on, I was able to kind of compensate for that by finding nice little gear and little pieces to put together to eventually build my brawler skill set. And I find myself kind of going back and forth as we play test between like, oh, I'm finding something that's a little difficult here. Well, what can I do with my gear set in order to tweak things? Or like, is there a different skill that I should pick up for this particular encounter? And then be able to go dive right back in. The player is an ace, which is a deathless defender of humanity, which is currently sequestered away on the Belfry, which is McLaren's background over there. It's a tower that was set up for mysterious purposes.
The tower.
Turned out to be a pretty good haven for folks after the fall of their
how long is this? I don't know.
The player is helping humanity as they can, getting refugees.
I'm
to
watching
safety,
this for the first time with you guys.
The beastkin that have risen and have become incredibly aggressive, while ultimately attempting to find out why did numbers fall and what conspiracy is.
I think we're towards the end, right? Probably more like
experience a brawler
half an hour
combat inside like a Diablo-style RPG gear sort of system, and so
I kind of liked how the game
a lot of time over the last 6 months or so, taking a ton of feedback from our players to really kind of hone that particular system. So players should be able to come in, pick one of the 4 classes.
Yeah, there's a person who looks like me. Yeah.
They'll see a whole.
There's
new
this
set
girl. She's cosplaying as me. It's a good cosplay though. She even got the accent down.
And the idea should be that they should feel like one of several heroes going in and just beating a bunch of like awesome monsters. We've tried to add new enemies, new lieutenants, some new bosses.
His neck is not that long, guys.
Feel like quite the adventure as they
no
go into the updated version of Towerborn. Stoic has always tried to be player first. When we decided to do early access for Towerborn, a lot of that was born out of we had a vision of trying to evolve the brawler into something bigger, something that hadn't really been done before. You can see other games have taken
his neck's no longer than my legs. What the fuck?
Route, some stayed to the traditional.
My legs are just normal legs.
True action RPG. And in order to do that, early access was very, very important to figure out what was going to work and what wasn't.
God.
Simultaneously, we didn't want to be caught.
You guys just never see my legs too
much.
Like,
I'm sure this is the kind of things that you would love to talk about. I love to talk about them too. How do you not stay in early access for 7 years? Our intent and purpose was we need to come out of early access solid. And there is a certain point where you just collect everything. Most of the feedback that's coming in either kind of falls into an existing category. Hey, a lot of people have said this thing, maybe you might get something new, but you look at it and you're like, yes, it's new, but it's not reaching the, kind of urgency that some of these other things are.
There's a comment for that in chat.
This is kind of what the players have
I'm
told us.
6'7".
We need to really deliver on that. The best way we can deliver on that is just, put your head down.
I'm taller than
focus,
any.
And create an experience that I believe is worthy of coming out of early access, that people should look at that and say like, oh, okay, I see why you did it. Absolutely was worth it. I can see a clear night and day difference between what is in live right now and what I am receiving when you go into the 1.0.
One of the big pieces was that folks were big fans of certain pieces of actual gear that you would earn through the game. But there was no cosmetic version of that. And so you had to make the choice of like, do I want to look good? Or do I want to look a little janky but more powerful? And so we added the ability to be able to create a cosmetic version of the gear that you earn through writs, which are earned through completing adventures.
And so the idea initially with Towerborn was we just want to make a fun beat 'em up with a light story in the background. We weren't really going to lean into kind of the stoic narrative strength that we have, and we just kind of wanted to take a bit of a breather. And we had expected, perhaps incorrectly, that the community would see it for what it is and be okay with it. But it turned out a lot of people were like, wait, you have something very interesting in the background here. We actually really want to know what's going on. We really would like
What?
something more clearly leading us through. And so we've spent a very significant amount of time and resource to put a narrative from the jump. And so there's an arc now. There's a primary antagonist. You will understand that antagonist. You will confront that antagonist, and there will be resolution. And so there's probably a 12 to 20-ish hour story
I have a
arc
metric
now
tape.
in the game that players can look forward to and feel.
When
like
my
there's
legs
a
come back,
resolution to the tower point.
I'm gonna measure them. Done. Oh shit! This game is sick as fuck. No, this game is sick. Look, it's a train on the wheel.
Hello, we're Undercoders, and in the studio based in Barcelona. Recently, we've been focused on developing 3D platformers, but our studio is heavily influenced by arcade classics, Japanese culture, and extreme sports games. And Dense Attack is our dream project, a step forward for the studio combining everything we love.
This game is really fun.
In Dense Attack, you'll discover a not-so-distant future Japan in which local railways have been abandoned and are now used by underground gangs to compete in illegal contests of train acrobatics. You'll have to rack up
Train
points by chaining
acrobatics!
tricks, explore huge levels, race against rival crews, and uncover a wild story as you travel through Japan taking the railways back. We are making a game that is not just about what you do, but how you do it. It's expressive, stylish, and totally up to you.
No, this
From
game
our
is
first
sick.
trips in the late 90s, we've been obsessed by traveling across Japan by train and being able to dive into the local culture, getting to know the architecture, the landscapes, the folklore, and we're always captivated by the sheer contrast of their peaceful countryside and the high energy of its huge cities, which somehow feels connected and part of the same cultural rhythm. It's a never-ending source of inspiration that has been fueling our creative energy throughout all the years and has now materialized in Dense Attack. On your adventure, you'll find a variety of challenges to move forward, from trip-pack arenas to compete for high scores, to objective-based exploration levels, and even racing circuits.
The world is packed with a bunch of unique characters from different gangs and personalities that you will have to face on your journey through Japan. And with every new challenge, you will grow as a Dense Attacker and further add to the chaos. We've handcrafted every stage from the ground up, pulling from real-world locations to make every landscape different but recognizable. You will go really fast, but if you look closely, you'll catch references to every corner of Japanese culture.
You'll be fighting wild boss battles against gang leaders, which will test everything that you've learned.
You fight bosses as a train.
These are always full of surprises.
I don't know what they
You'll never
tried
know
in
what secret
Japan.
technique your rival
They
has,
had a great
so you
time.
have to get creative to our content with your train. They're a mix of spectacle, personality, and challenge that one could expect for an anime-style showdown-based game. Dense Attack is a love letter to anime, skate games, and Japan's iconic train system. If you like Jet Set Radio, Tony Hawk, or Dense to Go, you can't miss this train.
This game
Pun intended.
Wishlist now. We can wait to show you more.
This train has no base.
Hey,
This
what's
train
up?
has no
Welcome
base.
to Dense Attack. It's the best game in the world. See us.
He's working so hard. You can see lots of hard work went into that game.
Wishlist now.
They work.
Wishlist now. We can show. Wishlist now. We can't wait to show you more.
They work. They work. They go. Sprint City. The game for friends if you had any. It's okay. It's relatable, Bullet
talked
Player.
to McLaren and Shayna, and they were awesome and very chatty about their game, and for all good reasons.
Okay,
they
so
were an early access game. It's
my
they want to focus
legs
more on
are
the RPG
9
side of things, but
centimeters
technically
long.
speaking, looter, brawler, side
9
scroller, like you said,
centimeters.
meant to
Kind
be-
of like Castle Crashers.
Yeah, that is definitely the most common comparison they get, but along those lines of couch co-op, you want to
How
play
is
with a
this
buddy
long?
or play with whoever's next to you, and they are actually an early access game, now going to full release.
Yes,
so this is
I
their
measured
big
it.
update to justify the full release, but it was already
3
definitely
inches
justified.
and a half. 9
Upon full release, we're
centimeters.
looking at 170 plus missions. What they say is probably around 20 plus hours of content,
Yeah.
and they also want to focus on these builds, which lead to an ultimate replayability. So there's also a difficulty bar they're going to be adding to all of this. They have a level that is going to be called, I believe, Brutal. And from what I'm being told, it will be extremely difficult, but the game is meant to be
3.5
replayed
inches.
plenty with you focusing on what builds you actually want as you play through it all.
There's definitely a huge market for co-op couch gaming right now in a world of like online multiplayer. I feel like that's kind of a lost story. You saw successive games like Split Fiction, stuff like that. So.
For those of you who are lonely without friends, I relate to you. I actually played this game by myself every time I have played it, and I still had a blast.
And for those who haven't checked out the original, with this big update though, also introducing a new biome. You have new bosses. The enemies you fight against have new styles of combat. So they are really introducing a full-fledged game that was already pretty fleshed out to begin with. But they're wanting people to be like, okay, this is technically a new game. So for those who are expected to stumble across this, you are getting a brand new side scroller with so much replayability.
And it's another situation where they took a ton of feedback from early access.
Yes, heavily community focused. Again, we've said it many a times. A lot of these devs know how to listen to feedback because those are their diehards, and they have definitely done that.
Next up, we had Dinsh
Who
Attack.
need friends when you got games? Yeah.
I like trains.
I love these.
You tried to steal it from me, but I was taking that.
I love
Who
these
doesn't
guys.
like trains?
I love these guys.
This is my favorite Japan-inspired game ever.
It's true.
I had seen this game before, but I didn't really understand what it even was.
I think this
but
is
now I
my
understand
favorite
what it is, the
Japan-inspired game
inspirations.
ever. The
It can make
train
sense.
one.
As weird as it is to say that an acrobatic train game makes sense to me, it makes sense now.
Yeah, because we were talking what, like Temple.
That is a game for the new generation.
Like
yes.
Temple Runner X. Like
Trains are cool.
TikTok,
Yeah, you see
Slack.
it's under a Joe Rogan clip on TikTok. Like,
It's
the
my
two people's
favorite
attention.
Japanese
But in the
inspired
best
thing.
of way, because
It
also
is.
I love doing this kind of format because you see a different side of those devs. Like they went out of their way
After
to send us
Final
that stuff,
Fantasy-
and we get to see a different
no.
side of them, and to see and connect to the faces behind it and see their enthusiasm.
I like this. I like
kinda-
this game more than Final
How could
Fantasy.
they not make a fun game?
Yeah.
It's impossible.
The boss, the mecha train
the mecha
thing.
train
and, like,
boss
So
is
when I
sick.
heard there's gonna be a boss fight
Yeah.
in the train acrobatics game, I was like, what
At first
But it
glance,
works.
you're like, what is this? And then you realize you see more of it.
I
Like,
can't
wow,
wait
there's
to
a
know
lot
the
more to this.
storyline.
Exactly. So it
What's
seems
the
fun
story?
and engaging, and then there's like, oh, there's a story behind this,
And
you're
there's
like,
real-
oh,
There's bosses.
and real inspirations. Like
So it's a
they
Souls-
show you what has actually inspired them to make this Japanese style game.
yes, I think.
Lovely. Train out of 10.
Next up in that group, we had Sprint City. That is coming from Double Dutch, which was the creators of Speedrunners, which is another very popular, couch game that people have played for a very long time. They have Speedrunners 2 already coming
Train out of 10.
This is a whole different game, but from the same creators.
What's the story?
This
Yes.
looks like a game that,
gonna need to
in a
finish.
good way, would really piss me off to lose to other people. At.
It looks like a game that would ruin friendships.
I would.
like it.
It looks like one of those side scrollers that I would fall so far behind where you can't even see the others, and it just kind of leaves you
Oh,
real
no, no, no.
The
upset.
first jump, and you're like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna get it
Turn the
eventually.
console. Turn the console off.
Get a bigger
Start over.
Get a bigger TV so I can see where they're at.
To me,
Overcooked.
Sprint City is the game that you are over at like a party.
Yep.
It's like the Super Smash Bros. Effect.
Yes,
It's,
yes.
it's like we've played a round of Pong or something, and now we want to play a video game together.
No, no, no,
We're
no,
gonna
no.
go play this, and people are gonna get pissed, and Jake and Rob are gonna get in a fist fight probably, and like.
He doesn't want that.
And who do you think's
Did you
gonna win
guys
that
ever
fist
play?
fight?
We already had this
Who do you
debate
think
today.
would win that fit? Just look at the size of the feet. Pretty close, aren't? Yeah.
They have
Did you guys
matching
ever
shoes.
play Overcooked with your families?
I did not, but I've watched people, and I've seen it ruin relationships. I feel like.
It can. It's the ultimate test of
I think
communication. In this case, my
Overcooked
understanding is the game is much more competitive,
is-
where you're playing against your friends, you're not really working together.
Yeah,
but,
Overcooked destroys
these types of
relationships.
games, I just
It's momentum based. It's Sprint City literally in like speedrunners, and so
Yeah.
I feel like it's one of those.
Well,
games
I
that's
never
also
played
probably
Monopoly.
Very satisfying to be good at.
Yeah.
And to be like
once it clicks.
But you can't be too good.
Once you're hitting all the
Yeah, but you
proper
can't be too
places.
good or your friends won't play with you.
Guys, I measured the lags again. 9 centimeters.
Okay, now we have a set of beautiful games, in my opinion. This is going to be Eternal Life of Goldman from We Appy Studio and THQ Nordic. We have Dust Fade from Weird Beluga,
Gosh.
Fireshine, and another Fireshine game with Pugstorm called Core Keeper.
Guys, my base in Core Keeper is better looking than yours. Wait. No, that's the horror game. No, the bunny. Core Keeper was fun.
What do
Yeah,
you
this is
mean?
Goldman.
What do you
I think
mean
they
he
mixed up the.
smashed?
Oh
What do you
no.
think? He fell from a great height.
Yeah, but he couldn't have. Did he really die?
I imagine he was crushed to a pulp. Do you think they'll ever find his body?
Mom!
Okay. I was just making sure you were paying attention.
Yeah. Remember that game that starts really cute and then it sounds like the mother's gonna murder the child? This is it, right? Yeah. Yeah. It looks amazing. Yeah. Nope. Yeah, the art's very pretty. Ah, that's Core Keeper. I think I have over 100 hours in Core Keeper. Ah! It's a chicken! I love Core Keeper. Guys, there's a link to the showcase on Steam. This shows all the games in the showcase. This game is kind of like Terraria and Stardew Valley. It actually has really cool bosses. The bosses in this game are pretty sick. Yeah, there's new Core Keeper stuff coming. Yeah, January 28th. Yep. Oh, this game is also pretty. Yeah, you missed the Expense. The Expense was... I can also tell you guys more about the Expense. Really? There's a full interview that I did with the devs from the Expense. How did I know? Oh, I didn't. How did you... How... Sorry, no spoilers. No, I don't think this is a Souls-like. Unless if you would consider your mother a Souls-like. You do? Okay. You do?
Surprise!
It's good that you can push the bosses off. Moms do have two faces.
You can't turn back time, my star. It'll be different, but you'll both be okay.
I wonder if this was inspired by... Oh, what's the name of that? The Game of the Keys? Oh, why am I so bad with names? Come on, guys, help me. Mickey Mouse is in it. No! Kingdom Hearts, there we go. Thank you. Doom. Final Fantasy Tactics. Oh god. Kingdom Farts. Yeah. Yep.
First, we had Eternal Life of Goldman that we just watched that trailer.
It looks so good.
Art style is crazy.
I love the hand-drawn vibe. Oh,
It looks like those classic.
It looks so good.
Classic animation.
It gives me also Cuphead too.
Cuphead, it's like Cuphead, Hollow Knight.
Yeah. Oh, and so they've had a previous trailer that was very unsettling because the narrative,
Yes.
the narration went from like comforting,
Happy, and then it got
times
really
to like dark and scary. This one, it was much more.
I miss the murder rides.
But like it works. I'm so excited. I think it looks so good.
It's gonna be emotional. It seems like an emotional game.
Yes.
That like people
Of
are gonna
course
get
I
tied
miss
to.
the
like you
murder
said, Hollow
vibes.
Knight. What was it? Celeste, sort of.
Yes.
Maybe a little bit. I mean, game of the year. I don't know.
Whoa.
As people like to say about any game.
Yeah, they have a free demo launching in February actually, so people can actually try it.
I love the narration, and I can't wait to see more behind it.
Like we touched on, I think it's one of those games that people will play because it's like a challenging platformer side-scrolling
I like
type game,
games
and then
with
you're gonna be
narration.
sobbing by the end of it.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
just
like-
seems very like
I
they,
don't
they
like-
tell you just enough to make pique your interest. They don't tell you much in the trailer,
And
and
then
you're
they're
like,
gonna emotionally destroy
yeah, and it seems
you.
very dark, and you're like, well, why?
And hopefully set you up perfect for a sequel.
Yeah. Oh, you never know.
Hand painted as well. Hand drawn.
I don't even know how you do that though. Like, how do you hand draw a game? That's crazy.
See,
a lot of work.
Next year we have
People
a few,
more talented than us. This is why we're
1000%.
sitting here. And
I'm like, where are the frames at? What do you?
That's one of the games that would be really cool to go do a dive
Like
on.
Divinity, like
I
Baldur's
wanna
Gate.
See, I want to see what
Call
how you did
us.
this.
We
Yes.
want to come and see.
We'll go.
We will fly there. I promise.
Next up, then we had Core Keeper, a game that you two especially
Yes.
are very familiar with. We have an update coming where
I love the
you're going to be able to have a massive update with the Northern Biome on January 28th. There's a new boss, there's next-gen weapons and armor, whole new
Flamethrower.
stuff.
Yeah. I play this a lot with my wife. It's just like one of our couple games, and I love
His
it.
wife
and so
is
seeing the
nice.
content is crazy.
I played it a lot by myself. I started playing it, and suddenly I had over 100 hours in this game. I wish I could show off my base.
Yeah, I thought I was doing well. I mentioned
My
it
base
to
is
Lou that
really
I played
sick.
Core Keeper, and I felt pretty good about where it was. And then she's like, "Yeah, I have 100 hours, and I have this, and this." I'm like, "Okay, I'll just leave."
It's a great game. I had a lot of fun. It's one of these games you start and suddenly
No, I did not get
you spend
his
a
weapon.
week playing
Oh,
it.
you will lose yourself.
Yeah.
The other night, we stayed up till 1 a.m. playing it when we meant to play till 11, and it's just because.
It's good.
Yeah, it's just one more run through the mines. I'll be right back.
How would you like define this game to someone who hasn't seen it?
I mean, I would say it's Stardew Valley, kind of meets Terraria, but it's like procedurally generated, up to 8-player co-op, so you can play with.
Great, I
all of
tend
your
to be the
friends,
most
unless
nerd
you have
person in the room.
more friends than me. And it's just every run is going to be different because it's
I
all
think
based
there
on
was one
seeds, so
person
you
that
have
I
different
met
save files
that was
for different
nerdier than
friends
me
and pairings. It's really, really
last
cool.
year.
You can actually use your same character in different save files. So if you're playing by yourself or in your friend's server, you can use the same character, or you can make a new character for their server. So it's kind of like you can visit their home.
And boss fights. I forgot about that.
Oh, the boss fights are so good.
Stardew Valley, more combat focused, but also co-op and boss.
So different boss fights have different mechanics. The boss system in this game is actually excellent. I have killed, I think, all of the bosses on the game as of right now, so I can't wait for the update, for the new stuff.
For a new one.
Then finally in that section, we had Dusk Fade from Weird Belugan.
Do they like trains? Everyone likes trains.
They say it is a love letter to the golden era of 3D
The person
action
who was
platforming like
nerdier
Jak
than
and
me
Daxter and Ratchet and Clank.
was
That
KCD
whole
then.
era, like the PS1, that is PS2
And the
era,
reason
that's
why
what
I-
was screaming at me.
I was sure that
And
he
then
was
there's boss
nerdier than me. Is
fights
that
with dodge rolls and health
I
bars, so
was
therefore
going
it is
to
a
like
Souls-like.
the KCD event,
Well,
and
you know, like,
I think
some
he was
games you
gonna
see the
miss it
gameplay,
to go
it's
to a
just-
Magic the Gathering event.
Well, I was gonna say, like, you see some
Then he
gameplay
wins.
and you just like, it's gonna feel good.
Yeah,
Pro
you can
Cop.
tell by watching somebody else play that.
Pro Cop was nerdier
There's so
than
much
me.
dopamine being
And then you
released, like-
actually play it and you get destroyed.
Yeah, and you're like, I'm not that good, but I will
Yeah.
get there. It looks very, very good.
It's like cute.
What's Cuphead? Cuphead is
it
a game.
looks
It's a bullet
fun
hell game.
like you would let your kids play as well.
It's like a good combination of all that. You even saw like a little bit of Kingdom
No,
Hearts.
Pro
there a
Cop is
little
the
bit.
case he did that.
And he's grabbing
the sword.
Yes.
When the devs
Kingdom Come
describe a game
Deliverance.
as a love letter to a certain genre or to other games and are
He
not
gave me
afraid
the
to embrace
sword,
that,
the sword that I used to stab you guys.
It's a level, if it's a level to be able to say that, there has to be some
On
level
stream?
of confidence there. Like I
And
know
I
what
track
I
and
have
choose-
and
respect.
just
So
stab
I can call
him?
it a love letter because I know when they see it, they're gonna feel the same way.
That's well said.
He literally gave me a sword on
Next up,
stream,
we have
and I
Shadow of
threatened
the
to
Road
stab him
coming
with the
from
same
Owlcat
sword.
as well, with Another Angle Games being the dev. There is Starfinder from Epic Tellers, as well as Gallipoli from Black Hole
Look at his neck!
Citizens of Nippon, a new dawn rises upon your land. Through progress and technology, we bring prosperity to all. Your nation ripples with mutiny.
You guys think they're just sleeping?
But our technology will protect your peace. Peace demands the sacrifice of
I can
those
see the
that
Kenshi
stand in
vibes.
the way of progress. On behalf of your glorious
We have
Emperor
played this game. This is also from Owlcat,
where there is darkness.
but Owlcat is publishing it.
We march into a brighter tomorrow.
This game is kind of like XCOM. Yeah.
For peace. For progress.
Peace!
For the Empire.
For the Emperor. Yep. You can actually play the demo. I think the demo is still on Steam. Yep. Very peaceful.
This is Ricard Pillosu, and I am the co-founder at Epic Tellers Entertainment.
Oh!
I'm here to tell you about our first game.
I also interviewed
Pathfinder
these
Afterlife,
devs,
licensed from Paizo.
but not for the show.
At its core, Starfinder Afterlight is a party-based RPG in a universe that mixes technology and magic. We focus on creating great storytelling inspired by movies like Guardians of the Galaxy or shows like Firefly.
Now, this game is also looking really sick.
While in the game you will create your own character, in the demo you play as one of the companions, Sterling.
So you give orders? Naughty.
Stanley. This is another RPG. They're still working on it.
Thanks to the success of our Kickstarter, our game will have full voiceover.
Nice!
The dialogue system is the main way to introduce the player to the lore of the world.
What's society tag? Oh. And there's rolling dice! I love rolling dice. Did you guys know that some of my Baldur's Gate content on YouTube got demonetized because of the dice? YouTube tagged it as gambling.
If you have the sudden, weird feeling of being naked, it's Lou. Her gaze is like an X-ray machine.
Yup.
By the looks on her face, she either thinks you're a joke.
Turns out Baldur's Gate is gambling.
That was our narrator, Roger Clark.
Yes.
Known from the Red Dead Redemption series.
Yup.
Giving the right space western feeling we're looking for in the game.
It's
yeah,
Arthur.
Sorry to ruin happy hour for you, but I have bad news about the big one and the runt. Don't worry. I promise not to say I told you so.
I can feel the
Lou here is
wasteland
referring
vibes.
to Tycho and Co, our friends, that after a heist gone wrong, should meet us here. Lou seems to know something about them.
Is this
If you
now?
push Lou about the information she's skipping, she's going to be annoyed, and that will lower your approval with her and limit your potential romance options.
Hear her voice.
Hold on, hotshot. I own the info. I choose how to deliver it.
Do you guys recognize it?
All right. They were ambushed at Secubot offices. They knew they were coming, so now the odd couple needs our help. Happy now?
It's not Ben Star! Audrey!
We start the combat right away. The security robots are looking for us and are waiting outside the bar.
my close-up.
She's the same VA as
Sombra.
Sombra.
Pathfinder 2nd Edition with 3
But
accents
sure,
per
it's Ben Star now.
Lu already starts in a very good place. She's a support character, so it's better for her to stay behind. She
Good
will
guess, I
use
guess.
the ability Get Them to give a bonus to Sterling when he attacks a specific character.
Ben has a great
And then
range.
shoot him.
Sombra from Overwatch. Chun.
Now, for Sterling, what makes
Gr-
more sense
Gray plays
is to
Overwatch.
close our distance and use our energy weapon.
But anyway, the game is still very early, and they are showing also kind of early. Laser.
For combat, we decided to stay away from a grid-based system that gave the feeling of a tabletop simulator.
Time for my close-up.
That was the fart?
This is it. The team is in full production to release the first 10 hours in early access for summer next year. We cannot wait to show you more. Thanks for watching.
First 10 hours in early access. I think that's pretty good for an early access. That's good. I like
Gallipoli
that.
is a
That's fair.
hardcore multiplayer first-person shooter set in the Middle Eastern theater of World War I. It features authentic
I think so,
weapons,
Adri.
locations, and factions that you play with 50-player
To clarify, the
servers.
Adri
How
that's
we
not the
approach it
Adri
is
who
we have
guessed Ben Star.
a unique blend of arcade, where we don't compromise on is picking the locations. Those are always the actual battles. The weapons, the ones that were actually used, and uniforms that are as accurate as possible and plausibly used. It sets us apart there. We go quite deep on the history, but then again we're
This
more
one is
accessible
actually
than,
historical
say, some of the
accurate.
military simulators.
Yeah.
It's easy to jump into. Game is a bit more approachable. So in that way, it sets it apart from another subgenre in the shooters as well. If you wield one of the rifles in the game, the bolt-action rifles, you expect it to be one shot, one kill. The rest of the game is built around that premise.
One
So,
shot,
yes,
one kill.
Rifles are one shot kill, but then again, it must not be the case that somebody goes around the corner and kills the entire team within 1 second. So it's especially in multiplayer,
Yeah.
the fairness concept must be adhered to. So everything is built sort of around making sure that the game feels fair. So there's a balance between in the gunplay that needs to happen, as well as in the way we handle spawning and how quick you are back into the battle. You're very quick to be in combat here. There's other quirky weapons that are part of the arsenals, but these are
What the
accurate.
heck?
They were used. We don't do experimental weapons. We try to stay as accurate as possible when we model them. The locations we picked, using some geodata, a lot of investigation on images, trying to puzzle together how it looked like when when the battle took place. When you're under fire, you have a difficulty reloading your weapon, for instance, and that has custom animations to it. So it's quite elaborate. Not a lot of games, if at all, do this. Where it's really dynamic based on what happens, and still fair in a way that the rules are predictable. It's not
Hey,
a
you're
random
welcome.
jamming system. It's really dependent on what the player does. One of the cooler things is that you can now build stuff together. Part of the game mode will be that you are able to construct objectives and machine guns and other things together. It's kind of like our evolution of the game mode we had in Isonzo, taken to 11, where it's really you fight over a certain area, and once it's captured you have to construct
Is this
things together
historically
and then
accurate?
to consolidate your
Oh my god,
position
what
to
did they...
secure it.
What happened to my Skippy?
Guys, first we looked at Shadow of the Road
the
there.
heck?
Story tactical driven RPG in Japan, but also some like supernatural stuff going on.
Okay, so I actually played the demo for this game, and it was super fun. It felt kind of like XCOM meets like Samurai, but there were like very unique twists. The final fight in the demo is actually really sick. I hope you enjoy it. There was like cool mechanics, and I don't know.
She became like a
Give
demon
the
and-
demo a go, and
It was
fun
like
stuff if
spooky
you
as
like the
heck.
kind of,
I was like, what the
XCOM
fuck is going
tactical,
on?
Maybe even a little bit of like the Baldur's Gate type Definitely check it out.
There's a late 2026 release for this game. I would say, to me, someone who doesn't play these types of games, I just think the storyline, or not the storyline, like the environment is cool. It's Japan with supernatural elements. Like you saw that big robot walking around.
Sci-fi samurai. I feel like that's like a trend now. Is like taking certain settings and combining it with sci-fi. That's really cool.
I'm not sure I would say it's sci-fi, but I would say like mythology. It's just some really sick stuff. There is a lot of exploration, and exploration is actually quite cool. You can like change things in the world.
Then we had Starfinder coming from Epic Tellers. That's going to be in early access in 2026 as of right now, and the demo is actually going to be available soon during Steam Next Fest. So when this airs, that will be a month away.
So I actually got to talk with the devs. They were very happy that the Kickstarter was doing so well. They also got a very good team in the voice acting team, and the game seems super exciting. I can't wait to hear more about it.
I mean, being built off of Pathfinder, I think you said 2nd edition?
Yes.
You know there's going to be a lot of depth and complexity when it comes to combat too. So, I mean, I can see why people are excited. I can just certainly see.
But to me, what I can already appreciate looking at it is, okay, you guys obviously paid a lot of attention to your art style, being kind of like the Persona vibes of the pop-ups. I think is really cool. And as we know, the voice acting as well. I think they have a couple of notable names.
Sombra from Overwatch.
Yeah, so they put a lot of detail into those, which I can appreciate, even as someone who doesn't.
And funnily enough, this character that I mentioned, that's this larvae with
they cut the larvae.
Like character with a grub is actually voiced by the same VA as Asterion. So
oh goodness.
Breach is also voice acted by Neil Newbon, and he's also the director of the voice acting in this game.
That's crazy.
Then we had World War I Gallipoli as our final one. Jake got to do another interview here with someone who, I remember you saying in the interview, it felt like a high school lesson for you listening.
Yeah, it was awesome to talk to Josh, and he gave me a real quick pronunciation lesson, because luckily I got his name right, and I didn't get the name of the game right, because being from Iowa, I said Gallipoli, and it is pronounced Gallipoli. Long story short, Gallipoli is covering the Ottoman front, the Eastern front throughout all of this, and what you'll find with Black Mill Games is they always have realistic weaponry for the side they're covering, and for the time being World War I, and they don't miss that here.
Well, the uniforms, there's so much attention to detail, and they even have some unique gameplay systems, like the suppression system, where
coolest thing.
So cool.
It's basically like when the fire's coming in, like you'll start to struggle reloading and stuff.
I don't think I've ever seen, like, I'm sure.
And Ben started voice acting for me in the show.
I can't recall another game that's done that.
But it's so clever, because of course you'd struggle reloading when bullets are whizzing by.
What that does for your level of immersion is,
And just to remind you guys, this game, I think they do have a PvP focus, but they're also working on a single-player campaign.
Yeah, they want to do it justice of telling stories of actual battles that did take place, and they're going to continue this string. Like, they're going to continue. I even asked them, like, what do you progress forward on as a studio? Like, he's like, well, we got a lot to do still for World War I. It was a big war, and it lasted a long time, and so they're not even done here. And luckily, they have found themselves a diehard audience that wants to see this story told battle to battle, all encompassing the same war.
Well, and it's such a fascinating way to be able to preserve that piece of history.
Yeah,
exactly. Like in an interactive way where people can kind of go boots on the ground and see what it was like in of course, a gamified version, but I think it helps educate a whole new generation on something that would otherwise kind of be forgotten.
And it was true.
Okay, now our final
Crimson
section we
Desert!
have here, a very
Where
exciting,
wins
a very cool one, if I had to say and use a word I haven't used so far. For the first time, a very cool section here. First up, we have Where Winds Meet, a game that obviously is already out.
I love it.
But we are getting a brand new boss coming to the Western version of the game in Dino Blade, coming from Team Spino.
The dinosaurs with
looking
swords!
game. And we also have exclusive interview content with Crimson Desert.
I also did this interview. I did an interview for Crimson Desert. With
O'er the south, still shine bright.
yeah, Dino Walker is looking good. Like dodge? Oh, actually, in the next interview that I did, I don't think I had time to ask if there was romance in the game. This looks sick. Basically, the person I was interviewing just told me that there is no dragon sex in the game. Just straight up. I didn't even need to ask. It's kind of sad. Damn. Yeah, I like werewolf's meat. I like werewolf's meat. But the interview was from Crimson Desert, not werewolf's meat. But here's the thing. Which kind of lizard sex are we getting in Divinity, right? I played Werewolf's Meat almost every day since its release. I really like the game. I especially love the mini games in that game. I never tried PvP in this game. Oh, except when I get invaded. It was actually funny. Damn, this fight is sick as fuck. This is so pretty. Animals, you were screaming at the video so the video spams dodge? Okay. I'm gonna... Guys, I got this, you guys! Wait, this boss has 4 phases? I just realized that! Shao, what should I do? Should I dodge? Oh, I dodge as he dodged in game. I feel like a genius. I actually prefer playing this game with mouse and keyboard, but we're just role-playing here. It kind of looks like colorful green. I'm doing kind of like, you know those TV shows when they fake playing video games and they go like, trust me, this is how I play video games. It never looks like they're actually playing a game. I pressed the dodge button there with my tongue. No. No. Very pretty. Very pretty. Imagine if they make a controller that if you press the button with your tongue, you get to know how the boss tastes. Was that like Aunt? Or hot Aunt? Dino Blade! Oh my god, the dinosaur's gonna pick up the sword! Damn! Sick! Oh god, it's funny. It's funny. Based on the trailers and based on a bunch of things that I've seen about this game, you can clearly slay dragons. Is that true?
There are dragons in the game, and you do fight them. We haven't revealed just yet whether or not you can actually slay them, but you can fight them, you can fly them.
Can you lay them?
I'm sorry to the Lua fans, but at this point we're not confirming whether or not there's dragon relations.
Could you speak a little bit to how big this game is?
We've been seeing some news out there with some specific numbers floating around about how big the map is. I don't think numbers really do it justice because how big is that in terms of scope and scale? But what we can say is the world's at least twice as big as the open world and the playable area of Skyrim.
I can't believe they left that in!
Than the map of Red Dead Redemption 2. Open world games are about doing things, having activities, having distractions. So we wanted to create a world that's not only massive, but is also incredibly interactive. Obviously, you and your community, Lua, care a lot about romance systems. This is not that type of game in terms of RPG elements and decision making. What it is, though, is you choose the type of character that you want to play as in terms of your progression within the systems in the game. And then through basically headcanon, you're having this very different experience than other players because of the scope and scale of the game. You'll be distracted by something, you'll go on this quest line, you'll have an experience that'll be radically different than someone else, even though they're playing the same game. The guiding principle for the game is around empowering the player and not forcing them.
This
into
game is
specific
looking really
choices.
good. I'm really
There's a lot
excited
of
for
time
it.
between now and launch. In
There
March
could be dragon
for us to
sets.
be
He did
able
not
to
deny.
Elaborate on those systems, show people if they have, say, I have an hour to jump in and play this game after work.
You can do some
what is my
cool
experience
stuff
going
in the
to look
combat.
like? So we've done a little bit of
I played this
showing
game a
when
little
you're
bit.
not in combat.
And I was
how
like, I
you're
wonder if I
taking
can pick
advantage
that
and interacting in
chicken.
the world,
I will
harvesting
wrench the
resource
chicken. Pick
gathering
it.
them for a whole crafting system that we have in the game.
Crimson
for
Desert.
equipment as well as
You can do a bunch
your
of like
house,
things.
apparently.
there is a house. The world is made to be
You can
interactive.
build your own house and
that's
grab
also
chickens.
How you learn about the world. So by talking to NPCs, by picking up chickens, then you've learned in your codex will have
You
been
couldn't hear what I
updated
was
about the
saying. What about things that go beyond like fighting? Is there like puzzles? Is there like different types of quests? Yeah,
That's
this
a
Crimson
great
Desert.
question. One of the things that we showcased, we had a team over to Korea to do a deep dive kind of behind the scenes last September. They came out and we showed them a glimpse of a bunch of different systems. One of the systems that we showed them was in what we call the aerial abyss.
No,
It's
you
those
cannot
sky
change the
islands that
protagonist.
you see there. That's a
But you're a pretty
that's a
hot guy.
very important, pivotal part in the story and quests and mystery surrounding the world. In those sky islands, there are puzzles. They all have a different vibe, if you will, and then treasures and rewards for completing them.
When can people get the game? Where can they get it? What does that look like for you guys?
The game comes out on March 19th across basically every platform. It'll be available on
March
consoles on
19th soon.
PS5, as well as Xbox Series X and S, PC, as well as natively on Mac.
Mac gamers got one extra game. You have 5 now.
Where Winds Be? Well, since the game came out, I have played basically every day that game since it came out. I really like it. I love how many we just did get new footage of a boss fight, but the game is goes way beyond this. You can play it single player. You can do everything by yourself.
Six
with
gamers
friends.
now.
You
6
can
games
help
now.
The game is mind-blowing, especially because it's free. It's not pay to win. Everything in their story is cosmetic.
So Where Winds Meet is such a crazy game because, for one, it's free,
Yeah.
which is wild. It's monetized exclusively through cosmetics. So they've even said we will never monetize power within the game, which I think is the way it should be.
Yeah.
But they also want to it has kind of 2 sides to it, where it does have the single player
22 a
adventure
year
side,
for the
'cause you
Mac.
can play by yourself. You can play co-op going through like the new boss fight together with your friends. And then there's also a side of it which is heavily inspired by classical MMOs, where like a player does something bad, they get put in the back of a cart and everybody comes in and throws tomatoes at them.
I've been to jail many times.
I feel like it's a modern MMO that actually knows the audience. Like, we love seeing those kind of things. And those are the kind of things that also appeal to...
Remember you guys tried to break me out of
jail? Those are the kind of
jail?
things that people are going to talk about.
And you
This game is
failed?
shocking on how much depth it has.
There
like,
really is nothing like it. Like,
God,
like,
the game is beautiful.
It's absolutely crazy. And every boss fight is different and visually like pretty stunning, I would say.
Speaking of, we watched the boss fight, the Master's Message. It seems like it's based on, obviously, you're reading the Master's Message. You have to fight
It was my
a different
first time
version of this
escaping jail.
This ink boss. While we were watching it, you, Rob, specifically, were like you haven't played this game, but you're watching it and you're thinking, wow, maybe I should play this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't know where
like,
was
what
the
looks
exit
good?
of
It
the
looks
jail.
so satisfying. Like, there's something about, you know how it is when you're fighting a boss and it's like the movement's almost fluid and you're almost like in rhythm with the boss and their moveset. And that's what makes games like that are boss centric so satisfying to play. There's something about mastering a boss's moveset.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people like the combat in this game. Like all that stuff you said, very true and very expansive. And then the flip side is
The combat is also really
good.
Yeah, it looks very good. I think that's like what Luke was talking about. It's just the fact that it's free to play. Even myself, before it was released, I was so skeptical of it. It's like, there's no way that there's a catch. There's got to, because naturally with the nature of our industry, there's been so much free to play stuff that comes out and you're like, not what I expected. But this seems to be like a really, really quality game.
Then we also saw Dino Blade here,
Yeah!
which an action
Dude,
game.
that's why I'm here.
Some information, an action game centered, obviously fighting as a dinosaur with a sword. The demo is available on Steam right now for PC. It's about an hour-long demo, so you can play it if you want, have some fun. We got to see a new dinosaur in that trailer that has never been seen before, and it's planned for release still in 2026, so sometime next year. No specific date right now. I'm kicking it to Rob first.
Dinosaurs with sword, like it's a dinosaur.
It's a dinosaur.
Soul. Like, dude, like just watching the trailer, like my
I love that when you die, you go extinct.
Like my bench press max
That's
went
so
up like 20
funny.
pounds. Because I could,
The music and everything.
dude,
New
I could
dinosaur
do the
just
Linkin Park
dropped.
montages are gonna be great.
Yep.
Dude, it's so weird.
It's
but so
ridiculous.
good.
Like,
I love
give it
it.
to me. I want it.
Highly anticipated, I think, across the board. just
Extinct
'cause
is wild.
It's like so fun. It's such a gamer game. Dinosaur swords, like you can't really beat that.
Yeah, I love it.
Then to end things off, we have Crimson Desert, a game
Another crazy good
everyone familiar with. I would say it's been marketed for a very long time. People know it's coming. It's coming from Pearl Abyss, which is Black Desert as well.
The entire game is built on their proprietary engine, which it was fascinating to hear how they've broken it down, because like you see Crimson Desert and so many things about it look too good to be true. They look crazy. They have hundreds of enemies on screen. They have all of this physics
What do
simulation.
you guys prefer, dragons
They
or
have crazy
dinosaurs?
stuff where like they have sky islands. You can jump down from straight down to the surface.
Yeah,
like,
Crimson Desert.
Can I just just to explain in the physics simulation that he's talking about? So, for example, if you have like a siege weapon and you throw a bolt
Dinosaurs,
at
dragons?
a house, you can actually see the destruction starting from where the bolt hit and everything else falling down, falling through it.
Well, and people see that. And
How about
from
dragons
our
and
frame
dinosaurs
of like,
fucking?
you know, standard open
Would you watch
worlds in
that?
Unreal Engine 5 or something. Not that that's a bad engine or anything, but like we see that and we assume, okay, it's going to run terribly. Okay, it's going to have frame drops or it's going to stutter. Okay, this or that. But this is an engine that they have built from the ground up with this game basically in mind. And it's just absolutely crazy because we've had the chance to play it, and that just is what the game is. It's ridiculous and crazy. And what's even crazier is that Will even shared with us some very special information that we are breaking here for the first time.
The size of the game is 2
times
Skyrim.
We didn't even rehearse that. That
just happened.
It just came out like this.
Twice the size of Skyrim. It's actually bigger than the entire map of Red Dead Redemption 2.
Which is crazy.
Which I love that Will follows up by saying size
2
doesn't
times
matter,
the
but in
Skyrim.
our game, it kind of does.
But like, we're bigger. It's crazy.
Well, I saw from the first gameplay clip that you could ride a dragon and a bear. Like, quite honestly, I don't know how my body's gonna keep up with this level of testosterone. Between that
It is
Dino
not the
Blade,
first
like,
game.
dude,
It is not
if
the
there was a
first
dinosaur to
game.
ride, we'd
see
be
you
in trouble.
next year for the next show, and you're just gonna be walking.
When you talk about riding a dragon and a bear,
You can ride a
I
bear.
just
Huh?
What'd you say? Not the first game you could ride a bear. It might be true, but
different kind of ride.
Baldur's Gate 3 ride.
But also, when you drop a line like that, you mentioned confidence. Like you don't drop a line like that without knowing that you are confident in your game.
They are
you
putting
that for a
themselves
reason.
in the same bucket as Skyrim and Red Dead 2, and I think that tells you all you need to know about their confidence level of where they're at.
Coming March 19th.
Coming March 19th.
Let's go.
Yeah. I think this is it.
Thank you, those of you who stayed with us from beginning to end. We really appreciate you. This has been a blast to work with on the background. Those guys have been amazing.
I think there's a thank you in a few different directions we would all probably feel. One,
Yay!
Obviously for like myself, thank the team, production team as well. I think this is awesome. Very
March.
cool that you guys were all down to try to do this. It's like
No,
a new
Half-Life, I
thing.
told you.
Also, thank you to the audience, right? Like whoever is
You
watching
were
this
really
and
thinking Half-Life
trying
3
to
would come out
engage in something
today?
new. It does mean a lot to
God
us
damn
and
it.
the developers.
Thank you so much to the devs for taking us
Yeah.
seriously and, you know, being excited to share with us what you have shared, to talk with us.
Our goal was to really try to lower
No,
the barrier for a lot
frames!
of developers to be able to showcase their games, even if they don't have a crazy marketing budget or they don't have some big publisher that can, you know, brute force it. And I mean, the crazy amounts of talent that we saw put on display today is wild. And I think we're all very humbled that we had the chance to check it out and share it with you.
Thank you for having us.
It's also something that
No
we can
Half-Life
look
3.
forward to a little bit, where we did this in a pretty small time frame, I would say.
Yeah, you guys have no idea.
Yeah, we started talking like 3 or 4 months ago.
And a lot of people that we spoke to, publishers and devs, again, thank you again, because they worked very hard to get this stuff to us and out and participate in it. And a lot of people we talked to that didn't participate because they had other plans. It's like, well, we didn't know about this. But hopefully for the next one, we can plan more in advance and people can be a part of it and like, hey, let's go travel to people.
Yeah,
right?
it could
And do
be that
interviews in
the
person.
Half-Life
Let's
3 is
go-
coming
we
now.
want to grow on this. We want to do it better, but we got to get the first one out there. I can't even stress the amount of times we brought up a game. I was like, oh my gosh, I had no idea that game existed until you explained it to me, and now I'm interested in that game and
Jake
the team
is
behind
like
it.
a-
Like that's the beauty of this show. Like,
Jake
that
is
was our
kinda like
ultimate goal. We want to
esports.
expose you guys to
He
games
knows
you either
esports.
did or did not know about, and then it also
I
give you
started
guys
telling
a
him
different
about
show of, like, this is
RPGs.
the team behind it and the personalities you can attach yourself to for the future of these games.
It was great putting faces to these developers as well because, you know, this industry, naturally, we're very critical of developers, but I think sometimes we forget that those are real people that pour their heart, that video games are art. and
They love it. They love their
what
game.
they're doing, and I think that's awesome.
Well, to all of you guys out there, this has been the first ever edition of New Game Plus. It has been an absolute honor for all of us to come together and hopefully much more coming in the future. You know, we all love, at the very core, we love freaking video games, and we got to show you guys so much today.
There are lots
and
of
hopefully more in
different
the
video
future. It's been an
games.
absolute pleasure. And here's to that future.
It's much more coming.
Cheers.
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 I don't have any
Cheers.
Cheers.
After 3 hours.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. I think this is it. Do you guys have any questions for me? The thing is, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I talked a lot with a lot of devs for games that I'm very excited for. But sometimes in these conversations, there are things that are just like, don't tell anyone about this, okay? So, I can't say everything. I can't say everything. But, yeah, well, you know. Yes, why is the light different? It was the same light. It was the same light. Say everything. Say the games are most excited. Well, I feel like it was pretty obvious. I'm really looking forward to the Downwalker. I'm really looking forward to the Expanse, the Warhammer. I can't with that. Why is it being like that? Is it this side? I think it's too bright. I'm a big RPG fan. I also really like survival games. I am also looking forward to Crimson Desert. Crimson Desert is looking pretty good. I think Crimson Desert is the one that's coming closer to us. I'm especially curious about Crimson Desert because they made a multiplayer game and now they're trying a single player game. I wonder what that will go. Oh, thank you, Regent. Thank you. Hello, happy to see you. Hope your game is going well. Fire Horse, actually, you do not need to watch the Expand show or read the books to understand the game. And I talked to the devs themselves. But I think I'll watch the show anyways, just for fun. But I don't think it's a requirement to understand. Yeah, but I should. It's great. Okay, if you guys are recommending it, I'll believe you. I'll believe you. I don't think there's a date yet. I don't think it's coming out this year. But I really like their choice system. Yeah, it was fun. It was a good time. It was a good time. Here, friends, I'm actually very fucking tired. I had like a very rough night of sleep. The Expanse is the best space show made. I've heard only great things about. Is it true that they were trying to cancel it? Somebody mentioned that in chat. Is that true? Okay. How about this? Here. It did not end. They canceled. Okay, how about this? I'm going to finish the stream and watch it, okay? You guys say, good night, Taboo. But didn't somebody else pick up? Oh, but Amazon picked it up. Okay, so somebody else is gonna work on it. That's good. That's good. You guys, thank you so much for being here. Have a good night. I'm really tired. Oh God. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. You good boy. Have a good night. Have a good night. Bye-bye. May the bunnies be with you.